Norwegische Volksmärchen or Torah, German translation, by Friedrich Brasemann Totte. 2. Norwegian Folktales, collected by P. Asbjørnsen and Jørgen Moe. 2. By Asbjørnsen and Moe, produced by Delphine Letau and the online distributed proofreading team at http://netnorwegianfolktales.net. Second volume, with a foreword by Ludwig Teichauer, published by M. Simeon in Berlin, 1847. Printed by Julius Sittenfeld in Berlin. Contents. Page 1. The 7 Fillings. 2. Gjedske. 3. The 12 Wild Ducks. 4. The Master Thief. 5. Bemura. The 3 Sisters in the Mountain. 6. About the Giant who had no heart in his body. 7. Grimm's Story. 8. Daughter. It makes no difference to him, whom all women love. 9. The Lie Test. 9610. The 3 Goats. Browswind, who went after the herd and wanted to get fat. 9911. East of the Sun and West of the Moon. 10212. From the Chicken that wanted to go to Dovrefjeld, so that the world wouldn't end. 11813. The Man who was supposed to stock the house. 12214. Daimerling. 12715. Daughter. Hakon Borkenbart. 12916. Party. The Master Maiden. 14017. Daughter. Well done and poorly rewarded. 16218. Faithful and unfaithful. 16619. Peter, Paul, and Esven Aschenbringer. 107420. The Mill that Grinds on the Ocean Floor. 18221. Dotty I. The Princess on the Glass Mountain. 18922. Slime Pig. 2031. The 7 Fillings. He walked all day, and when evening came he arrived at a royal castle. One day the oldest boy said he wanted to leave and seek service. His parents had no objection, and he set out into the world. Once upon a time there lived a poor couple in a wretched hut, far away in the forest, who had nothing more than what they could eat by hand, and scarcely that. But they had 3 sons, and the youngest was Cinderella, for all he did was dig through. Ash. There stood the king outside on the staircase, and asked him where he was going. "Oh, I am just looking for a job," said the boy. "Would you like to serve me and guard my 7 fillings?" asked the king. "If you can keep them for an entire day and tell me what they eat and drink in the evening, then you shall have the princess and half the kingdom. But if you cannot, I'll cut 3 red stripes from your back." Yes, that, the boy thought, would be an easy task. With that he wanted to finish. In the morning, as day broke, the stable-master led out the 7 colts. The boy followed them, and then they went over mountains and valleys, through thickets and bushes. After walking for a good while, the boy started to feel tired, and even after holding on for some time longer, he was completely fed up with guarding them. He stood before an abyss in a mountain where an old woman sat spinning. When she saw the boy running behind the colts, sweating from his brow, she called out, "Come here, my handsome boy. I want to comb your hair." That was quite right for the boy. He sat down with the old woman in the mountain gorge and laid his head on her lap, and she combed him all day long as he lay there and dozed off. When evening fell, the boy wanted to leave. "It's best if I just go back home to my elders," he said, "for there's nothing that can be gained by me returning to the castle." "Just wait until it gets dark," the woman replied. "Then the colts will come past again, and then you can return with them, for no one knows that you've lain on my lap all day instead of guarding them." When the colts arrived, the woman gave the boy a bottle of water and a tuft of moss. He was to show these to the king and say that this is what the 7 colts ate and drank. "Now tell me," the king asked as he arrived in the evening, "have you kept the colts safely all day?" "Yes, I have," the boy answered. "Can you tell me what they eat and what they drink?" the king asked. Then the boy showed him the bottle of water and the tuft of moss that he had received from the old woman. "There you see what they eat, and there you see what they drink," he said. When the boy returned home, you can imagine how nervous he was. The king now immediately understood how he had been guarded, and he became so angry that he ordered his men to drive him out of the house at once. But first they should cut 3 red straps from his back and sprinkle salt on it. He said that once he would have gone out to serve, but he wouldn't do it again. The next day the 2nd son said he wanted to go into the world and try his luck too. But the elders refused, stating that he should only look at his brother's back. However, after much pleading, they finally allowed him to leave. As he had walked for a whole day, he also reached the royal castle. There the king stood on the staircase and asked him where he was going, and when the young man said that he wanted to inquire about some service, same punishment and reward as he had imposed on his brother. Yes, it was fair for the young man, and without further hesitation he accepted the service, for he thought he would already take care of the mares and tell the king what they ate and drank. But his fate was no better than that of his brother. As soon as it became day, the stable master led out the 7 mares. These went far over mountain and valley, and the young man followed them. "Come here, you handsome young man," she cried. "I want to tend to your head." After running behind the mares for a long time, until he was completely tired out and covered with sweat, he also reached the gorge in the mountains, where the old woman sat spinning. This seemed to please the young man. He let his fill run free, wherever they went, and sat down with the woman in the mountain gorge, where he lay and dozed all day. Why, when the fill returned in the evening, the old woman gave him a bottle of water and a tuft of moss for the king. When the young man returned home, he also told how it had gone with him, saying that once he had left to serve, but he wouldn't do it again. But when the king asked the young man what the 7 fill fed on and what they drank, and he handed her the water bottle and the moss tuft and said, "There you see what they eat, and there you see what they drink," the king became so angry that he ordered 3 red straps cut from his back, salt sprinkled in, and then had him immediately driven away. On the 3rd day, Cinderella wanted to set out. She said she had a great desire to try guarding the 7 fattened calves, but the others laughed and chided her. "Never mind," Cinderella replied. "I still want to leave, because I've set my mind to it." "If that's how it was with us," they said, "then you, who have never done anything but lie on the hearth and dig in the ashes, will certainly achieve something." And despite his brother's laughter and the elders' pleas, nothing availed. Cinderella had to go. After marching all day, she finally arrived at the royal castle in the evening. "I just wanted to inquire about a job," said Cinderella. The king was again standing outside on the staircase and asked her where she was going. "Where are you from?" asked the king, wanting to get to know her better before hiring someone again. The Cinderella told him now where he came from, and that he was the brother of the 2 who had tended the horses before him, and asked if she could try to tend them the next day as well. "What harm does it do?" said Cinderella. "Since I'm here anyway, I might as well try." "Very well," said the king. "No," said the king, becoming very angry. "If you are the brother of those 2, then you're probably not much better than they are. I've had enough of such people. If that's what you really want to do, go ahead. But I would much rather have the princess," said Cinderella. In the morning, when it began to get light, the stable master led out the 7 horses. These went on over mountain and valley, through forest and bush, and Cinderella followed them. After they had been running for a good while, he also reached the mountain gorge. There sat the old woman again with her spinning wheel, and called out to Asbjørnsen, "Come here, my handsome young man. I want to kiss your head." "Kiss me behind," said Asbjørnsen, gripping the tail of the youngest colt and springing away. Now it went on for a good distance. When they had left the mountain gorge behind them, the colt said to him, "Get on my back, for we still have a long way to go," and Asbjørnsen did so. "Do you see anything?" asked the colt. "No," said Asbjørnsen. Thus it continued for a good while further. "Do you see anything now?" asked the colt again. "No," said the young man. "There we must go," said the colt. When they had covered a long, long distance, the colt asked once more, "Do you see anything now?" "Yes, now, I see something white glimmering," said Asbjørnsen. "It looks like a large, thick birch trunk." When they arrived, the eldest foal tore the trunk out and threw it aside. A door opened at the spot where the trunk had stood, revealing a small room with nothing but a tiny stove and a few benches inside. Behind the door hung an old rusted sword, a bottle, and a jug. "Can you swing this sword?" asked the foal. Cinderella attempted to wield it, but failed. So he drank from the bottle, first a sip, then another, and another, until he could swing the sword with ease. "But if you have beheaded us all, you must lay each head at the base of the body it was attached to, then the spell will have no power over us," Cinderella promised to do everything just as the horse had instructed, and they set off again. As they had traveled a long way, the horse asked, "Do you see anything?" "Now you must take the sword with you," said the horse, "and on your wedding day you must behead all 7 of us with it. Then we will be princes again, as we once were. For we are the brothers of the princess you are to marry, if you can tell the cow. King, what we eat and what we drink. A wicked troll has laid this curse upon us." "No," answered Cinderella. When they reached a safe distance, the horse inquired once more, "Do you see anything now?" "No, I see nothing," replied Cinderella. A princess traveled many, many miles over mountains and valleys. Finally, the horse asked again, "Do you see anything now?" "Yes, now I see a blue strip far away," said Asbjørnsen. "That's a river," said the horse. "We have to cross it." However, there was a long, beautiful bridge over the river, and when they had crossed to the other side, they continued on for a long way. Finally, the horse asked again if Asbjørnsen could see anything. "We have to go in there," said the horse. Yes, he saw something black far away that looked like a church tower. They then went to church, and received bread and wine from the priest standing before the altar. When the horses reached the churchyard, they were transformed back into humans. They now looked like princes and wore such splendid clothes that it sparkled and glittered. As soon as the princes left the churchyard, they were transformed back into horses again, and now they returned by the same path they had come, but much faster than before. Cinderella also went in with them. And when the priest laid his hands on the princes and blessed them, they went out again, and Cinderella followed them, after having first taken a bottle of wine and some altar bread for himself. First, they crossed the bridge, then came to the birch tree, and then to the old woman who was sitting and spinning in a mountain gully. But it happened so quickly that Cinderella could not hear what the old woman said behind him. However, he understood she was extremely angry. It had almost gotten dark when he arrived at the castle, and the king stood on the staircase waiting for him. "Did you faithfully tend the horses all day?" asked the king of Cinderella. "I did my best," replied this one. "So can you tell me what they eat and what they drink?" The king replied. Then Cinderella took the bottle of wine and the altar bread and said, "Here you see what they eat, and here you see what they drink." "Yes, you have protected them well," said the king, "and now you shall marry the princess and receive half the kingdom." So a grand wedding was held, of which news spread far and wide. But while they were at the table, the groom rose from his seat and went down to the stable, saying he needed to retrieve something he had forgotten. He did as the horses told him, and cut off the head of each of them, one by one, starting with the oldest, until all 7 were headless. He carefully placed each head beside the tail of the body on which it had been resting, and instantly the horses transformed back into princes. As he now entered the wedding hall with the 7 princes, the king was so delighted that he embraced and kissed him, and his bride loved him even more than she had before. "Half the realm belongs to you now," said the king, "and the other half you shall have after my death, for my sons can now acquire land and realm for themselves, since they are once again princes." Thus the wedding was filled with great joy and rejoicing. 2. I was also there, but no one had time to think of me. All I received was a buttered bread roll that I placed on the stove, and it burned. The butter melted, and I never got anything else. Gidske. Last, the man grew tired of it, but he did not know how to begin to get rid of her. Once upon a time, there was a widower who had a maid named Gidske, who wanted to marry him and constantly urged him to take her as his wife. While she lay there and slept, the man came with scissors and cut her skirt very short. Then he smeared her first with lard, and then with soot, making her look worse than the living devil. Now it just happened to be the time when the hemp should be cut, and as Gidske always considered herself so capable and quick, she started cutting the hemp, and continued until she felt dizzy from the strong smell and fainted, remaining lying on the hemp field. Am I myself, or am I not? When Gidske woke up and saw how ugly she looked, she no longer recognized herself. She said, "No, I cannot be, for I have never been this ugly all my life. It must be the devil." To clear things up, she went and slightly opened the door to her master's room and asked, "Is your servant at home?" "Of course she is," the man replied, eager to get rid of her. "So I can't be the servant," she thought, continuing on her way, which pleased the man. "I'll travel with them," Gidske thought, for since I am a devil after all, this is just the right company for me." After she had gone a good distance, she entered a dense forest. There she encountered 2 rogues, but the thieves didn't think so. As soon as they saw Gidski, they kicked up their heels and fled as fast as they could, believing the devil was behind them and chasing them. However, it did them little good. Gidski was long-legged and quick on foot, and before they knew it, she had caught up with them. "If you're up for stealing, I'll go with you and help," said Gidski, "for I know this area well." When the thieves heard this, they thought it was a good opportunity, and their fears disappeared. They wanted to go steal a sheep, they said, but didn't know where to find one. "Ah, that's easy," said Gidski. "I've served a farmer here in the forest for a long time, and I can find the sheep pen in the middle of the night." The sheep pen was close to the room where the man was sleeping. Therefore, Gidski entered very quietly and carefully. This delighted the scoundrels, and when they arrived at the sheep pen, Gidski went inside while they waited outside. But once inside, she shouted out to the thieves, "Do you want a billy goat or a sheep? Here, take one of them." "Oh, shh," replied the thieves, "just take one that's nice and fat." "Do you want a goat or a sheep?" "Yes, but do you want a goat or a sheep? For there is enough of everything here." "Just keep quiet," Gidski shouted. Said the thieves, "Take just one that is fat, and it doesn't matter whether it's a goat or a sheep." "Yes, but do you want a goat or a sheep? Do you want a goat or a sheep?" "Here is enough of everything," said Gidski stubbornly. "Wait!" The thieves ran away, with Gidski following them, so that they ran over the man. As the man, who had woken up from the noise, came out in his bare shirt, he wanted to see what was going on. "Just keep your mouth shut, and take just one that is nicely fat, whether it's a goat or a sheep," said the thieves. "Wait!" she screamed. Finally, he went back into the house, woke up all his people, and began reading and praying with them, for he had heard that thus one could banish the devil. The man who had only seen the black monster was so frightened that at first he dared not rise again, for he believed it to be the very devil himself coming out of his sheep pen. The next evening the thieves wanted to steal a fat goose, and Gidski was to show them the way. When they came to the geese pen, Gidski was supposed to go in and send them out, and they were to take it. "Do you want a goose or a gosling? There's enough of all here." "She," cried Gidski as she entered the pen. "Shh! Take just one that's nice and fat," said the thieves. "But do you want a goose or a gosling? Do you want a goose or a gosling? There's enough of all here," cried Gidski. "Be quiet, be quiet. Take just one that is fat, and it doesn't matter whether it's a goose or a gosling, then keep your mouth shut," said the thieves. As Gidski was calling, and the thieves were carrying them out, a goose started to scream, then another one, and finally they all screamed together from their full throats. "Wait!" called Gidski. "You can still get what you want, whether it's a goose or a gosling." The man jumped out and wanted to see what there was, the thieves running away as fast as they could, and Gidski following behind like a storm, so that the farmer thought it was the living devil, for she had long legs, and her skirts didn't hold her. Back, lawing. But the rascals had no time, and the farmer and his people started reading and praying, for they all believed that the devil had been in the goose loft. On the 3rd day, the thieves and Gidski were so hungry that their stomachs grumbled, so they decided to visit a rich farmer who lived in the woods, and when Gidski came up, everything was there: meat, bacon, sausage, and pea bread. In the evening they went there, but the thieves dared not go up themselves. Instead, Gidski was sent up to fetch some food, which they wanted to receive below. The thieves looked at it and said that he should just throw out some food and not make much noise, for they knew well what had happened to them on their 2 previous attempts. But Gidski again shouted that it resounded as follows: "Do you want meat, or bacon, or sausage, or pea bread? Wonderful pea bread. You can get whatever you want, for there is enough of everything here." The man on the farm who woke up from the noise came out to see what was happening, run away from the thieves as fast as they could, and Gidski pursued them on a hellish journey. When the man saw the monster, he too believed that the devil was loose, having heard what had transpired during the previous 2 evenings, and he started reading and praying, along with all the people on the farm, to banish the devil. On Saturday evening the thieves planned to steal a fat goat for Sunday. They probably needed to, as they had been hungry for several days, but Gidski refused to help them this time, stating that their mere presence would bring only harm, they said. However, by Sunday morning, when the rogues hadn't returned, Gidski felt an intense hunger, having not had anything substantial in 3 days, and went to the beet field, nibbling and gnawing, and selected one beet after another. Although the man who owned the beet field had left, when he saw the black monster that was eating his beets, he thought it was alive. He ran home as fast as he could, and told them that the devil was in his beet field. When the people on the farm heard this, they were terrified, and thought it would be best to send for the pastor to catch the devil. "Oh, I'll promise him a fat calf, then he'll surely come," said the man, and set off towards the pastor's house. But when he arrived, the pastor was still not awake. "No, we can't send for the pastor," said the housewife. "It's Sunday morning, and he hasn't gotten up yet, even if he has. He won't come because he has to study his text." The servant girl invited the man in, and went upstairs to the pastor, saying that there was a gentleman below who wished to speak with the Lord Pastor. When the pastor heard that it was such a brave man who wanted to speak with him, he immediately stood up and came downstairs in his slippers and nightcap. Yes, the pastor was immediately ready, and wanted only to call his boy to put the saddle on the horse while he got dressed. The man now told him his concern, and said that the devil was loose in his beet field, and if the Lord Pastor wanted to help catch him, he would also send him a fat suckling calf. "No, sir," said the man, "that won't do, for the devil doesn't wait, and once he's blown his whistle, it's hard to catch him again. You must therefore go right away as you are." The man then lifted him onto his back and carried him piggyback, taking careful steps from one bulge to another. When they had almost reached the middle, Gidski noticed them and thought they were thieves coming with the goat. The pastor now had to leave in his slippers and with the nightcap, but when they reached the swampy area, the ground was so soft that he couldn't continue in his slippers. "Is he fat and well-fed?" she shouted, her voice echoing through the wood, and with that he threw the pastor into the mud and ran away. "I don't know if he's fat or thin," replied the man, "but if you want to know, come over here and take a look." And the pastor didn't get up again. He likely still lies there. 3. The 12 Wild Ducks. Once upon a time, a queen went for a ride in a sledge during winter, after fresh snow had fallen. On her way, her nose began to bleed, and she had to get off. Just as she spoke these words quietly, a troll witch suddenly appeared before her. Standing there leaning against a fence, she watched her red blood on the white snow and thought to herself, "I now have 12 sons, and not a single daughter. If I had a daughter as white as snow and as red as blood, then I wouldn't worry about my sons anymore. You will have a daughter," she said, "and she shall be as white as snow and as red as blood, but then your sons shall belong to me. However, you may keep them with you until the daughter is baptized." When the time came for the queen to give birth, she bore a daughter who was as white as snow and red as blood, just as the troll woman had promised, and so she named her Schneeweiß and Rosenroth, Snow White, and Rose Red. There was now great joy in the royal castle, and most of all of everyone, the queen was overjoyed. But when she thought about what she had promised the old troll witch, she felt a little strange in her heart, and she sent to a silversmith who had to make 12 silver spoons, one for each prince. When the princess was baptized, the princes were transformed into 12 wild ducks, and flew away, never to be seen again. They were gone, and they stayed gone. Meanwhile, the princess grew up, becoming tall and extraordinarily beautiful, but she always remained inwardly turned and moody, and no one could quite understand what was missing for her. One evening, as the queen sat dejected, thinking of her sons, she said to Snow White and Rose Red, "If something is missing, tell me. Would you perhaps like something? Then you shall have it." "My daughter," said the queen, "you also have siblings. For I had 12 sons who were your brothers, but I gave them all up to get you." And then she told her the whole story. "Oh, dear mother," replied Snow White and Rose Red, "it always feels so dull here. All the other children have siblings, but I don't, and that makes me so sad." She had wandered so far into the world that one would not have believed a girl of such delicate build could have traveled so far. When the princess heard what had become of her brothers, she could not rest at home any longer. No matter how much her mother wept and begged, it was no use. She wanted to go and had to leave in order to find her brothers again, for she believed that she alone was to blame for her misfortune, and so in the end, she secretly left the castle. Once she roamed about in a great forest all through the night, but by morning she grew weary, sat down on the grass, and fell asleep. Then she dreamed that she went further still into the forest, until she reached a small wooden hut, and there were her brothers inside. This awoke her, and when she saw before her a beaten path through the green moss, she followed it, until deeper in the wood she came to a wooden cottage, just as she had dreamt. When she entered, there was no one there, but 12 beds and 12 chairs stood in the room, and on the table lay 12 spoons, and of all the things that were therein, there were always 12 pieces. She then made a fire in the fireplace, swept the rooms, made the beds, and afterwards cooked food and cleaned everything to perfection. The princess was now filled with joy, for she well knew that her brothers must live there, and that they were the ones to whom the beds and chairs and spoons belonged. And when she had finished cooking and arranged things for all her brothers, she sat down herself and ate, placed her spoon on the table, and crawled under the bed of her youngest brother. They exclaimed, "Ah, how tidy everything is here, and how lovely and warm it is." Scarcely had she crawled underneath when she heard a tremendous rustling in the air, and soon afterwards 12 wild ducks flew in. But as soon as they crossed the threshold, they instantly transformed into her brothers, the princes. God bless him who has so nicely heated the room and cooked such delicious food for us. The princes looked at each other in amazement, and each took his silver spoon to eat with. But as everyone had taken his own, one was still left, and it was so similar to the others that they could not tell them apart. "This is our sister's spoon," they said, "and if the spoon is here, she cannot be far away." "Is it our sister, and she is found here?" said the eldest. "Then she should be killed, for she is guilty of all our misfortunes." "No," said the youngest, "it would be a sin to kill her. She did not cause us any harm. If anyone is to blame, it's our own mother." They began searching, both upstairs and downstairs, and finally looked under all the beds. When they reached the bed of the youngest prince, they found the princess and pulled her out. The oldest prince now wanted her to be killed again, but she pleaded very humbly and said, "Ah, do not kill me. I have wandered for many years to seek you out, and if I could free you, I would gladly give up my life." "Yes, if you want to free us," they said, "then keep your life, for if you wish, you can." "Yes, tell me only how to do it," said the princess, "and I will do everything you ask." "Where am I supposed to get all these many dunes for all the shirts, caps, and scarves?" asked Snow White and Rose Red. The princes replied, "Then you must gather the dandelions from the buttercup, and you must scratch, spin, and weave them, and when the fabric is finished, cut it into 12 hats, 12 shirts, and 12 neckerchiefs, one for each of us. But while each of us, you are busy with this, you must not speak, weep, or laugh. If you can do that, we shall be freed." "You'll find out," said the princes, and then they led her out onto a large, vast meadow. There stood so many buttercups with white dunes, swaying in the wind and glistening in the sunlight, that their glow could be seen from far away. The princess had never seen so many buttercups before, and she immediately started to pluck and gather as much as she could carry, and when she got home that evening, she began to scratch off the dunes and spin thread from them. Every evening her brothers would fly home as wild ducks, and at night they were princes, but in the morning they flew away again as wild ducks. So she continued for a long time, gathering the dunes of the butterflowers every day, and scraping and spinning them, while at the same time she waited for the prince. She cooked for him and made his beds. When the king saw them, he was very surprised by the beautiful maiden who was walking and gathering butterflower dunes. One day, when Snow White and Rose Red went on to the meadow to gather butterflower dunes, if I am not mistaken, this was the last time she wanted to collect them. The young king, who ruled the land, was out hunting and rode past the meadow where Snow White and Rose Red were. He stood still and spoke to her. But as he received no answer from her, his wonder grew the greater, and since the girl pleased him so much, he wanted to take her with him to his castle and make her his wife. When this was done, the princess gradually became satisfied, for the king was a very handsome man, and so gentle and kind to her. He therefore gave his servants orders to put her on his horse. Snow White and Rose Red clutched their hands and gestured towards the sacks in which they had their work, and when the king understood what she meant, he ordered his servants also to load the sacks onto the horse. But when they arrived at the castle, and the old queen, the stepmother of the young king, beheld Snow White and Rose Red, she was filled with envy and indignation at their great beauty, and said to the king, "Do you not see that it is a troll witch whom you have brought?" "Oh, since there appears to be no specific language request, I have provided the text in its original German form as requested, denn sie kann ja weder sprechen, noch lachen, noch weinen. Der König aber bekümmerte sich nicht darum, was seine Mutter sagte, sondern hielt Hochzeit mit der schönen Jungfrau und lebte mit ihr herrlich und vergnügt. Sie aber unterließ nicht, fortwährend an den Hemden zu nähen. Mit dem Blute den Mund, und ging dann hinein zum König und sprach, Komm jetzt und siehe, was es für eine ist, die du zur Gemahlin genommen hast. Ehe das Jahr war, kam Schneeweiß und Rosenrot mit einem Prinzen nieder. Darüber wurde die alte Königin noch neidischer und noch mehr erbittert, und als es Nacht wurde, schlich sie sich, während die junge Königin schlief, in ihr Zimmer, nahm ihr Zimmer, das Kind weg und warf es in die Schlangengrube. Danach schnitt sie in den Finger, bestrich ihr. Before the year was out, the queen gave birth to another son, and the same thing happened as with the first. Then the king was so distressed that he almost shed tears and said, Yes, it must be true, for I see it with my own eyes. But she will not do it again. This time I will spare her. The king's stepmother became even more jealous and bitter. She sneaked into the young queen's room in the night while she slept, took away her child and threw it into the pit of snakes. She then cut off a finger from the queen, smeared her mouth with the blood, and told the king that his wife had eaten her own child again. The king was so distressed that you could not believe it, and he said, Yes, it must be true, for I see it with my own eyes, but she will not do it again. This time I will spare her. Before the year had turned around, Snow White and Rose Red arrived with a daughter, who also captured the old queen and threw her into the serpent's pit, while the young queen was sleeping. The king was so distressed that words cannot describe it. He could no longer spare her, but had to order her burned alive. She cut off one of her fingers, smeared it with blood, and went back to the king, saying, Come now and see if what I say is true, that she is a troll witch, for she has just eaten her third child. But on the shirt of the youngest brother, the left arm was still missing, as she had not finished sewing it in time. As the pyre was burning and she was about to climb onto it, she signaled through gestures and movements that they should take 12 planks and place them around the fire, on which she laid her brothers' shirts, hats, and scarves. Each of them took a shirt, a hat, and a handkerchief in their beaks and flew away with them. Shortly after this, a whistling and roaring sound was heard in the air, and then 12 wild ducks flew over the forest. Now see for yourself, said the wicked stepmother to the king, that she is a troll witch? Act quickly and burn her before the flames consume the wood. There's no hurry yet, replied the king, for we have enough wood, and I am very curious to see what will happen in the end. What are you planning here? Asked the princes. At that moment, the princes arrived on horseback, as handsome and well-formed as one could imagine, but the youngest prince had a duck wing instead of his left arm. My wife is to be burned, said the king, because she is a troll witch and has eaten her own children. She did not eat her children, said the princes. Speak now, sister. Now you have saved us. Save yourself. The princes took the king and led him out to the pit of vipers. There lay the 3 children playing with the snakes and cobras, and prettier children one could not see, said Snow White and Rose Red, and told how all had transpired, and that each time they entered the birthing chamber, the old queen would slip into their room, take away the child, cut off a finger, and smear its mouth with blood. He deserved to be torn to pieces by 12 wild horses, said the old queen. The king took them along and brought them to his stepmother, asking what punishment one merited who had thought to betray an innocent queen and 3 such beloved children. You have passed your own sentence, and you yourself shall endure the punishment, said the king. And then the old evil queen was bound to 12 wild horses and torn to pieces. Others, 4 more, Snow White and Rose Red, however, traveled with the king, their husband, and their children, and the 12 princes, their brothers, back home to their elders, and told them all that had befallen them. and now there was nothing but joy and rejoicing throughout the entire kingdom, for the princess had been rescued, and she had also saved her 12 barar. The master thief. Once upon a time there was a poor man who had 3 sons. He had nothing to leave them, so poor was he that he could not even teach them a trade. So one day he told them they would have to look out for themselves, and learn what they felt like doing, and travel where they wanted to, and he would happily accompany them on their way for a while longer. And so he accompanied them until where 3 roads divided. There the sons bid farewell to their father, and each took his own way. I never learned what became of the 2 eldest. But the youngest marched boldly forward and traveled far into the world. He entered, and inside was an old woman scrubbing. One night, as he was walking through a dense forest, a violent storm burst upon him. It blew and raged so fiercely that he could barely keep his eyes open, and before he realized it, he had become lost, and could no longer find his way or a bridge. "Good evening," said the boy. Eventually he saw a glimmer of light far into the forest. He walked towards it, and eventually reached a large building where a bright fire burned on the hearth, leading him to conclude that the people were still awake. "Good evening," replied the woman. "It's so bad weather outside tonight," said the boy. "That's true," replied the woman. "Can I not get a shelter here for the night?" asked the boy. "What kind of people live here?" asked the boy. "There is no good shelter for you here," said the woman, "for if people come home and find you here, they will kill both of us." "Oh, they are all robbers and scoundrels," said the woman. "They robbed me when I was very young, and now I have to run their inn." "I think I'll still take shelter here," said the boy. "It may be as it will, for I don't want to go out again at night time in such bad weather." "The worst part is always for you yourself," said the woman. The boy then lay down on a bed that stood there, but he was careful not to fall asleep. "Didn't you see if he had any money on him?" asked the robbers. Soon after, the robbers arrived, and the old woman immediately told them that a strange man had come into the house and didn't want to leave. "Yes, he had money, that scoundrel," said the woman. "He has barely any clothes on his body." The robbers then whispered among themselves about what to do with him, whether they should kill him or do something else. Meanwhile, the young man stood up and asked them if they needed a servant, as he was very eager to serve them. "Yes," they said. "If you are willing and want to learn our trade, you can join us." "Yes, it doesn't matter what kind of work it is," said the young man. "When I left home, my father told me that I could learn whatever I wanted." "So do you want to learn stealing?" asked the robbers. "Yes," said the boy. "I would like to learn that trade." Now not far from there lived a man who had 3 oxen. He wanted to take one of them into town to sell, and the robbers had spied this out. It didn't take long for the man to arrive. So they told the boy, if he were able to steal the ox from the man on the way, without his noticing it, and without doing him any harm, then they would hire him, otherwise not. That would be a very nice shoe. The boy said he would try, and took with him a beautifully crafted shoe with a silver buckle, which he had found there. He placed it in the path where the man was to come with the ox, went a little deeper into the forest, and hid himself behind a bush. But now he thought that without the other shoe, he couldn't do anything with just one, so he left it standing and continued on his way. He said, "If only I had the other one with me, I would take both of them home. Then, perhaps, my old woman would finally make some sense, for he had a very bad and cruel wife, and between the beatings and punishment she gave him, there was never much time in between." The lad then took the shoe and ran ahead of the man, dodging through the forest, making sure the man couldn't see him, and placed the shoe back in the path in front of him. When the man arrived with his oxen and saw the shoe, he was so displeased that he had been so foolish as not to have taken the other shoe earlier. "I guess I'll just have to go back and catch up with the others," he thought to himself, and tied the oxen to a fence. "Then I might finally get some decent shoes for my old woman. Perhaps she'll then make good sense of it." Meanwhile, however, the boy had run off with the oxen. He went back and measured the shoe for length and width, but all his efforts were in vain. Eventually, he had no choice but to return with just one shoe. When the man returned and saw that the ox was gone, he began to weep and lament, for he was so afraid of his wife, and feared she might kill him if she found out the ox was missing. "Of course," replied the young man, "that wouldn't be difficult. Then it occurred to him that he still had 2 other oxen in the stable, and he went back home, took one of the oxen, and set off for town without his wife noticing anything. However, the robbers had spied this out, and told the young man that if he could steal the second ox from the man without him noticing, and without doing him any harm, then he would be like them. This time he took a rope with him, and hung himself in the middle of the path where the man had to pass by, and with that he continued on his way with his ox. Once the man had left, the young man jumped down from the tree, ran along the path, caught up with the man, and hung himself again in the middle of the road. When the man arrived with his ox, and saw him hanging there, he was slightly confused, and said, "It must have been hard for you to think that you could hang yourself there, but if it's your wish to do so, you can stay there as long as you want, because I can't give you life again. To you it seemed so difficult to comprehend that you got yourself tied up there, or if it was just haunting me," the man said. "But for me, you can stay hanging there as long as you want, whether you're a ghost or whatever," and he continued on with his ox. When the man noticed him, he thought to himself, "This is indeed a terrible story. Should it have seemed so difficult to them that they all 3 got themselves tied up?" The boy did exactly as before, jumped down from the tree, walked along the path through the forest, and got himself tied up again in the middle of the way. "I can't even believe it. It's probably just haunting me." As he now looked up at all the trees, the boy jumped down again, took the ox, and made his escape from the dust. "But now I need to be certain," he said. "If the other 2 are still hanging there, then it's true. But if they aren't hanging there, it's nothing but a ghost," and he tied his ox, running back to see if they were still hanging. He went back and got the 3rd ox, too, without his wife's knowledge. When the man returned and saw that the ox was gone, the package was ready once more. He began to weep and lament. Finally, however, he did calm down, for he thought to himself, "There's no other choice. I must return home and get the 3rd ox without my wife noticing, and then try to bargain even better with him, so that I can suffer another loss." The boy got up again and ran into the forest, and when the man with the ox came along, he began to bellow like another large ox. But the robbers were fully aware of what was happening, and said to the boy, "If you can steal this ox from him again this time, without the man noticing, and without doing him any harm, then you will be in charge of all of them." When the man heard this, he was happy, thinking he recognized his own ox by its voice, and believing that now he would get both back. He tied the 3rd ox and ran off into the forest, searching for it. Meanwhile, the boy also took off with the 3rd ox. But the robbers were not pleased to have to recognize the boy as their master over them all. When the man returned and saw that even this one was gone, he became extremely frightened. He wept and lamented, and did not return home for many days, afraid that his wife might kill him outright. They decided to play a trick on him that he would not be able to replicate, so they all left together and left him alone. The first thing the boy did when the others left the house was to chase all 3 oxen out, after which they returned to the man's barn, from whom he had taken them, and he rejoiced. That man, you can believe. After traveling for a long time, he found himself back on the path where he had first entered the forest to meet the robbers, and he followed them until he returned to the village where his father lived. Then he took all the horses that the robbers had, and loaded them with the best things he found, gold and silver, and clothes, and other fine items, leaving, but it would be hard for them to catch up with him again, and so he set off. However, before that, he put on a mounting gear that was just made for a general, which he found among the things taken from the robbers, and with that he drove onto the courtyard like a great lord. There he dismounted, and went into his father's house, asking if he could find shelter with him. No, he couldn't at all. "How could I possibly provide shelter for such a great lord?" said the man. "I barely have enough beds for myself, let alone any extra ones." "You've always been a hard man," said the boy, "and you still are, since you won't even give shelter to your own son." "Are you my son?" asked the man. "Don't you recognize me any more?" replied the boy. Yes, he recognized him then. "But what have you learned that made you turn out like this so quickly?" asked the father. "That's what I want to tell you," said the young man. "You said I could learn whatever I was interested in, so I trained with robbers and scoundrels, and now my apprenticeship is over, and I've become a master thief." Now right next to his father lived a magistrate who had a large, magnificent castle and so much money that he couldn't count it. He also had a daughter, of extraordinary beauty. The master thief wanted her and told his father to go to the magistrate and ask for her hand in marriage. "If he should ask you what trade I do, just say I'm a master thief," he said. Yes, he should and must go to the magistrate and ask for his daughter. It was no other advice. "I think you're crazy," replied the man, "for you cannot be clever if you have such foolish ideas in your head." "I certainly won't," he said the father. "How can I go to the bailiff, who is so rich and has so much money, and ask for his daughter? That will never do in my lifetime." So the man went away and came back sobbing and wailing at the bailiff's door. But it was no use. He had to go, and if he did not want to go willingly, then he should be forced to, said the master thief. "What is wrong with you?" asked the bailiff. With this message the father returned to his son, but the latter thought it would be easy. "Just be satisfied," said the official and laughed, "and greet your son from me and tell him he must first prove his skill. If he can steal the roast from the spit in my kitchen on Sunday while all my men are watching, then he shall have my men are watching, then he shall have my daughter." Then the man told him that he had 3 sons who had set off one day, and he had allowed them to travel wherever they wanted and study what they liked. "And now the youngest has returned, and insists that I go to you and ask for your daughter, saying that he is a master thief," said the man, weeping and lamenting pitifully. He now made sure to get 3 live rabbits, put them in a sack, covered himself with some rags so that he looked very poor and pitiful, and then sneaked out on Sunday morning, like any other beggar, with his sack onto the official's threshold. The official himself and all the people in the house were in the kitchen keeping an eye on the roast. They sat in the kitchen and wanted to go out and catch him. Then the boy let one of the rabbits escape from the sack, which, have you not seen me, ran around the courtyard making such a mess that it was a hellish scene. The official also saw him. "Let him go," he said. "It's no use trying to catch a hare in its leap." It didn't take long before the boy let the second hare out. The people in the kitchen also saw it, and thought it was the same one, so they wanted to go out and catch it, but the official said again that it wouldn't help. After some time, the boy let the 3rd hare out, which ran away and crossed the yard. When the people saw this one, they believed it was still the first one, and now they wanted to go out again and catch it. "Well, that's a cunning hare," said the official. "Come on, boys, let's see if we can catch him." He went out, followed by the others, with the hare leading them, and everyone in pursuit, making quite a spectacle. In the afternoon, the pastor came to the castle, and when the official told him what the master thief had played on him, the latter laughed uproariously at him, and wanted to keep laughing until he died. "I don't know how I should let myself be fooled by such a fellow," said the pastor. Now, however, the master thief took the roast off the spit and ran away with it, and I don't know how the official managed to get a roast for lunch. But one thing is certain, he didn't get a rabbit roast that day, even though he had run so hard that day. His sweat was pouring from his forehead. "Yes, just be careful," replied the official. "He might be with you before you know it." But the pastor continually made fun of the official, because he had allowed himself to be led by the nose. "You still need to take more tests," said the official, giving him a pat on the back, "because the trick you just pulled wasn't worth talking about. Try to pull a stunt on the pastor. He's inside making fun of me for letting myself be led astray by someone like you." Mr. Lars. When evening fell, the pastor returned home and heard a voice from the tree. "Mr. Lars!" because the pastor was known as Mr. Lars. The master thief thought that shouldn't be too difficult, and immediately set off, making his preparations. He disguised himself as a bird, hung a large white sheet around him, broke a goose's wings and attached them to his back, then climbed up a gay, tall maple tree in the pastor's garden. "Who's calling me?" asked the pastor. "Together in your great room of God, that all the people who were in the church wept over it. I am an angel from heaven, sent by the loving God to tell you that you will enter the kingdom of heaven alive because of your piety," said the master thief. "Next Monday you must be ready for travel, for then I will come and take you away in a sack, and all your gold and silver, and whatever else you possess in this world's vanities, you must pile." Lord Lars fell to his knees and thanked the angel, and on Sunday morning, as he climbed up to the pulpit, he preached to the people that an angel from heaven had appeared to him on the large oak tree in his garden, who had told him that he was to enter the kingdom of heaven alive because of his piety, and he preached and expounded to them the word. On Monday the master thief returned in the guise of an angel, and the pastor fell to his knees and prayed and thanked him before he was put into a sack. And as he went inside, the master thief took the sack and dragged it across the earth on stock and stone. Ah! Then the geese flew at him and started chattering and biting him, and the pastor was more dead than alive in his sack. Ah! Ah! Cried the pastor in the sack. Where am I? You are on the narrow way that leads to the kingdom of heaven, said the master thief, dragging the sack further so that the pastor's ribs ached. Finally, he threw it into the goose stable of the magistrate. Where am I now? He cried. Now you are in purgatory, to be purified and cleansed for eternal life, said the master thief, went away, and got all the gold and silver and valuable things that the pastor had gathered together in his large room. In the morning, as the goose girl came and wanted to let the geese out of the stall, she heard the pastor inside the sack moaning, I am, God will it. Please tell me, for God's sake, who are you, and what do you lack? Said the girl. Ah, cried the pastor, if you are an angel from heaven, let me out and send me back to earth again, for things are much worse here than in hell. 1,000 devils pinch me everywhere with their claws. Ah, that was done by the master thief. No angel, said the girl, and helped the pastor out of the sack. I merely keep the magistrate's geese, and those are probably the devils that have pinched you, master, she said. Ah, my gold and my silver and my beautiful clothes, cried the pastor, moaning and lamenting, and ran home, so that the girl thought he had completely lost his mind. When the official learned of the story, and heard how the pastor had been both on the narrow path and in purgatory, he almost died laughing. But when the master thief came and wanted his daughter, he talked him sweetly again and said, You must take a test that is even better, so I can properly gauge what you are capable of. I have 12 horses in my stable, and I want to put 12 servants over them, one on each. If you can steal the horses from under their pants, then I will see what I can do for you. That can be done, said the master thief, but will I surely get your daughter? Yes, if you can do that, replied the official, then I will do my best. The master thief now went to a shop and bought 2 bottles of brandy, but he poured a sleeping draught into one. Then he ordered 11 servants who had to hide behind the bailiff's barn at night. When he arrived there, the people were just unsaddling the horses for the night and had their hands full. For money and good words, he also obtained a shabby woman's skirt and jacket from an old woman, with which he disguised himself as an old woman. After that he took a staff in his hand and a bag on his neck, and when evening came he hobbled towards Neck, and when evening came he hobbled towards the bailiff's stable. What devil do you want here? Said one of the stable boys to the supposed woman. Hush! It's so cold out. Get lost where the devil doesn't bother you, said the woman, clattering her teeth. Let me crawl into your stable a little. Get going, said one of the servants. If the officer sees you here, he'll make us dance. That night, people felt a little cold, sitting so still and motionless on the horses. Ah, that old impoverished woman, said another, showing sympathy. Let the old lady sit in the stable. She's certainly no trouble to anyone. But the others said nothing would come of it, and while they argued and watered the horses, the master thief crept closer and closer to the stable door, finally slipping inside where no one noticed him afterward. Baby's afraid. Brr! It's cold as hell, said one, and wrapped his arms around himself. If only I had a bit of tobacco, said another, but soon afterward they were just as bad off again. A third then produced a small package, which they shared. Though not much for each, they chewed and spat, providing some relief. What do you have in that bottle? Asked one of the stable hands. Said one, and shook himself. Who do? Said the woman, and clattered her teeth, took out the bottle of brandy, and trembled so violently with her hand that it splashed inside the bottle, and then drank until she heard a cluck in her throat. What? Oh, just a drop of brandy, she replied. Brandy? Give it here! Give it here! They all shouted at once. I only have so little, she said. You won't even get wet from it in your mouths. But it didn't help. They still wanted a sip, so the old woman took the bottle with the sleeping draught, held it to each one's mouth and let them drink as much as they needed, and the 12th had not yet drunk when the first one was already sitting there. On this the master thief cast off his rags and took one man after another, placing them across the beams, then called his 11 men and he fled with all 12 horses. "Well, I can guess who was here," said the official, "but you are truly wretched louts to sit here while the master thief steals your horses right under your noses." When the official came out in the morning to see about his servants, they were just waking up and began hammering on the beams with their spurs, sending chips flying, and some of the servants fell, while others hung on, and the rest fools. And so they received their comeuppance. Later in the day, the master thief himself came and recounted all the circumstances, and now demanded the official's daughter, just as this one had promised him. But the official gave him 100 thalers, and said he had to perform a better trick first. "Do you think you could steal the horse from under me if I were riding it?" said the official. "That would be possible," replied the master thief, "if, in return, I could have your daughter." Yes, he wanted to see what he could do, said the official, and set a day when he intended to ride out to a large exercise field. And if he withdrew his finger more than once, she would receive an additional 10 thalers. So he dressed in old rags, masked his face with soot, donned a wig, and attached a beard made of goat hair, making himself unrecognizable, and then set off towards the training ground, where the official had already been riding for some time. The master thief obtained an old, worn-out mare, wove a saddle from willow and broomcorn, bought an old cart and a large barrel, and then told an old toothless woman that he would give her 10 thalers if she crawled into the barrel and peered through the plug hole, while he stuck his finger inside the wrist. She should not take it. She was only to ride a L. "No," said the man, "I saw nobody." But it was going so slowly and sadly that he could barely move. He trudged along. Then the carriage came to a complete stop. Then it moved again, but in such a sad way that the official could no longer suspect that this might be the master thief. So he rode straight up to him and asked if he had not seen anyone lurking around there in the forest. "Listen," said the official, "why don't you ride into the forest and see if someone isn't hanging around? I'll lend you my horse and give you a good tip, too. Just go ahead." "No," said the man, "I can't do that, because I am supposed to be driving this large barrel to a wedding. Now, however, on the way, the plug has come out, and therefore I have to constantly keep my finger in the hole." Said the official, "I'll take care of your horse and the barrel while you're gone." Yes, then the official should quickly stick his finger into the hole if he takes it out. That's what the official did, and the master thief mounted his horse. Time passed, and no one returned. In the end, the official got tired of holding his finger in the hole, and took it out. "Oh, now I'll get an additional 10 thalers," cried the woman inside the barrel. The official was startled, realizing the situation, and quickly made his way home. On his way they already brought him his horse, which the master thief had left at home. The next day the young man came to the official's house and demanded his daughter, as he had promised. The official again made up stories, gave him 200 thalers, and said that he needed to do one more test. If he succeeds, he will surely get his daughter. "Let me hear what it is," said the master thief. "Can you steal the sheet from my bed and take your wife's shirt off?" said the official. "That should be no problem," replied the master thief. "I'm just as sure I could take your daughter." "That's the master thief, woman," said the official, and pushed her aside. "Now I'll shoot him." When night had fallen, the master thief went to the gallows, cut down a poor sinner, took him by the neck, and carried him away. Then he obtained a large ladder, placed it against the official's chamber window, climbed up, and moved the dead body up and down as if someone were looking in from outside. He exclaimed, taking up the rifle he had left by his bed. "No, don't do that, husband," she pleaded. "You yourself invited him." "Yes, I'll shoot him, then I'll be rid of him," said the official, and he began to aim. The master thief climbed down from the ladder as fast as he could. However, the head was bald above and then below again. Finally, the official did get hold of him, started digging, and the dead man fell to the earth. "I am now myself the high authority," said the official, "but I would rather not have people talking, so it is best for me to stand up and bury the dead man." "Yes, do as you think fit, man," said the woman. "Well, man," said the woman, believing it was the official, "are you done yet?" The official stood up and went down to bury the dead, but as he left through the door, the master thief slipped in through the window. "It's such dreadful weather outside. I'll do better another time." "Yes," replied the master thief. "I just put him in a hole and scattered some earth over it. He's now safely guarded." The woman gave him the sheet. "But give me the sheet," he said, "so that I may dry myself, for I have smeared myself all over with blood." "You must also give me your shirt," he said, "for the sheet doesn't absorb, I notice." She then also gave him her shirt. A while later, the proper official arrived. Then it occurred to him that he had forgotten to close the door, and he had to do that before getting back into bed, and off he went with the sheet and the shirt. Said the woman, "No, how long it took you to close the door." "But where have you left the sheet and my shirt?" asked the official. "What do you mean?" cried the official. "By God, is he gone with it too?" exclaimed the official. "I'm asking where you left the sheet and my shirt that I gave you to dry yourself with," she replied. So the master thief lived happily with the amtmann's daughter, the three sisters, in the mountain. On a day the master thief returned and demanded the amtmann's daughter, as he had promised, and the amtmann could not refuse, giving him her along with a lot of money, for he feared that the master thief might steal his eyes out in the end, and bring him into much scandal. I cannot say with certainty if he stole again afterward, but if he did, it was likely only for his own enjoyment. Once upon a time, an old widow lived with her 3 daughters far from the village at the foot of a mountain. One day, however, the chicken was gone. The woman went all around the house, searching and calling, but the chicken was gone and stayed gone. They were so poor that they owned nothing else but a chicken, which she loved as much as her own eyes. She clucked around with it and fed it corn both early and late. So she said to her eldest daughter, "You must go and make sure you find the chicken, for it must come back, and even if we have to get it from the mountain." The daughter went away and searched and called everywhere, but no chicken could be found. "The little hen is tripping in the mountains." Suddenly a voice rang out from the mountain wall. "The little hen is tripping in the mountains." The girl went to look, and suddenly a trapdoor opened under her, and she fell deeply down into a chamber beneath the earth. As she walked further, she passed through many beautiful rooms, one more magnificent than the other. "I just want to go back up and look for my chicken, which has run away." But in the innermost room, a great miner approached her and asked, "Do you want to be my bride?" "No," replied the girl, "I wouldn't want that at all." As the miner grew so angry, he took her and cut off her head, along with her trunk, and threw them down into a cellar. The mother sat at home waiting from time to time, but the daughter was not there and did not come. She waited for a good while longer, but as the girl still had not arrived, she told her second daughter to go and look for her sister, and then to call the hen at the same time. The second daughter's fate was the same as the first. She searched and called everywhere, and suddenly heard it echo from the mountainside. "The chicken trips on the mountain. The chicken trips on the mountain." This seemed utterly amazing to her, and as she was about to go and see what it meant, she too fell through the trapdoor into the underground chamber. She walked through many rooms, and in the deepest one, the miner approached her and asked if she wanted to be his bride. No, she did not want that at all. She wanted to go back up immediately and look for her chicken, which had run away. The miner became so angry that he took her and cut off her head, throwing it along with the body down into the cellar. "It's bad enough," she said, "that we lost the chicken. But if we also lose your sisters, it would be much worse." When the woman had waited a long time for the second daughter, who still hadn't come, she told the youngest, "Now you have to go and look for your sisters." The youngest daughter set off, searching and coaxing everywhere, but no sisters were to be found, and there was no sign of the chicken. Finally she reached the mountain wall, and now it cried out again. "The chicken trips on the mountain. The chicken trips on the mountain." That, the girl thought, would be wonderful. She wanted to go right away and get it. But before she knew it, she fell down into the vault as well. As she walked through the many rooms, each one more beautiful than the last, she took her time and examined everything carefully, for she was not at all afraid. Eventually she noticed a cellar trapdoor, which she lifted and peered down. Soon she recognized her sisters, both lying there dead. Just as she closed the trapdoor again, the miner arrived. "Wilt thou be my bride?" he asked. "Yes, of course," said the girl, for she could now well imagine what had become of her sisters. As the girl had spent some time with the troll, she became very sad one day. When the troll heard this, he was overjoyed and gave her the most beautiful and splendid clothes and everything she could wish for. He was so pleased that someone wanted to be his bride. The troll asked her what was wrong. "Oh," she said, "it saddens me so much that I cannot be at home with my mother. She must surely be hungry and thirsty and has no one to care for her." Well, he didn't want to do that. "No, I cannot let you go to her," said the troll, "but take some food in a sack and I will bring it to her." The girl thanked him and took a sack, filling it with all sorts of gold and silver, but she also added something to eat on top, and then told the troll that the sack was now ready, but he must not peek at its contents. He had to promise not to. As he left, she watched him through a hole in the door. Along the way, the troll looked around and said, "That sack is damn heavy. I must just take a look at what's inside," and with that, he wanted to open the band. But the girl called out to him, "I see you. I see you. What kind of eyes do you have in your head?" said the troll, and he dared not attempt it further. When he arrived at the widow's house, he threw the sack through the door. "There's food for your daughter from your own," he said. "She can do without." Now that the girl had spent a good while with the troll in the mountain, one day a goat fell down through the trapdoor. "Who sent you, you long-legged beast?" cried the troll, outraged, took the goat, turned its head around, and threw it down into the cellar. "Why did you do that?" asked the girl. "I could have used that as entertainment." "Well, you don't need to open your mouth about it," said the troll. "It will be alive again soon." Then he took a pitcher that hung on the wall, put the goat's head back on, and daubed it with the salve from the pitcher, and there was the goat as fresh and lively as ever before. She put her in a sack, placed some food on top, and when the troll returned home, she told him, "Oh, don't you want to go see my mother and bring her some food? She must be hungry and thirsty, poor thing." "Ha ha ha," thought the girl, "what a valuable pitcher." After spending some time with the troll, one day she saw an opportunity when he wasn't home, and the oldest sister took up the severed head, applied the salve from the pitcher just as she had seen the troll do with the goat, and immediately the throat. Sister came back to life. "But you needn't look into the bag." "No, he didn't want to look inside," said the troll, took the sack and marched away. "I can see you." When he tried to untie the sack, the sister inside cried out, "I can see you." But when he had gone a little way, it seemed to him that the sack was unbearably heavy, and as he walked on, he thought, "I should like to know what's in here and what sort of eyes she has, but she can't see me now." "Well, that's ridiculous with your eyes," said the troll, thinking it was the girl on the mountain who spoke. "She can do without it." He didn't dare open the sack any further, but ran as fast as he could to his mother, and when he reached the door, he threw the sack inside and cried, "There is food from your daughter." Now that the girl had spent a good time in the mountains, she did the same with the second sister. She laid her head down, smeared her with the salve from the jar, and put her into the sack. But she added so much gold and silver on top as could fit, and right at the top she placed some food. "Ah," she said to the troll, "won't you go to my mother and bring her some more food? But you mustn't look inside the sack." The troll agreed to go, but didn't want to peek inside. As he continued, he struggled to carry it. However, after walking a distance, he found the sack unbearably heavy. "I can see you." He wanted to untie the string and take a look, but the sister inside shouted, "I can see you." "Well, this is absurd," she exclaimed. "What eyes you have in your head." "She can do without it," he said the troll, and dared not look further into the sack, but carried it as fast as he could straight to the mother, and when he came to the house he threw it through the door and cried, "Ow, ow, ow." Now, after the girl had been in the mountain for a good while, the troll wanted to go out. Then she slipped out of the mountain and ran home. On her way, however, she picked up a marksman whom she took with her. When the troll had left, she stuffed her clothes with straw and placed the straw doll in the corner by the stove, holding a whisk in her hand, so that it looked as if she were the one. But the girl stood there weak and wretched and said, "It will be of no use for you to come home before 12 o'clock, for I cannot get the food ready today so early, because I am so weak." As the clock struck 12, or thereabouts, the troll returned home. "Give me something to eat." He roared at the straw doll, but she said nothing. "Give me something to eat, I say," cried the troll, "for I am hungry." No reply. "Give me something to eat." But the doll stood there motionless. The troll shouted for the third time, "And if you do not obey my command, I will wake you from your sleep." The troll became enraged and kicked her, causing the straw to fly everywhere. "Yes, I'll make them pay for this." When he saw this, he realized his mistake and began searching all around the mountain, eventually making his way down to the cellar. But the two sisters of the girl were gone, and now he understood everything, he said, and set off towards his mother's house. However, as he reached the door, the lock snapped shut. But before he reached the fall door, the sun rose, and then he burst. As the troll heard this, he dared not enter, believing it to be thunder, and ran home as fast as he could. 6. About the giant who had no heart in his body. If only I knew where the fall door was, for surely there is still enough gold and silver to be found there. Once upon a time there was a king who had 7 sons, whom he loved so much that he could not live without them. At least one of them always had to be by his side. When the sons grew up, the 6 eldest were to set out and find wives for themselves. But the youngest, the father wanted to keep at home, and the others were to bring a princess for him. As they had visited many royal courts and seen numerous princesses, they finally arrived at a king who had 6 daughters. The king now gave the 6 princes the most beautiful clothes that could be seen. They were so lovely that their gleam could be seen from afar, and he gave each of them a horse, which cost many, many hundreds of thalers, and with these they set off. Such beautiful royal princesses the princes had never seen before, and each one of them wished for one of them as a bride, and took her home with them. Then they set out again on their return journey to their father, but they were so enamored with their brides that they completely forgot about bringing back a princess for Ashpet, who had stayed at home. As they had already traveled a good distance, they passed by a steep mountain wall where a giant's castle stood. The giant came out, and when he saw them, he turned them all to stone, both the princes and princesses. The king waited constantly for his sons, but however long he waited, they did not return. Then the king was very distressed, and could never be happy again. "If I didn't have you," he said to Cinderella, "I wouldn't want to live in this world any more." But Cinderella begged the king to allow her to leave and visit her brothers again. "No, I can't do that," replied the king, "because you won't come back either." Nevertheless, Cinderella insisted on leaving, and pleaded with her father until he finally allowed it. "Goodbye, father." However, the king had no other horse for Cinderella than an old, worn-out nag, as all the other 6 princes' horses had been taken. This didn't bother Cinderella much. He climbed onto his old nag and set off. He said as he left, "I'll be back, and maybe I'll bring my brothers with me." As he was riding along, he met a raven on the road. It lay there flapping its wings and couldn't move due to hunger and exhaustion. "Ah, give me a little to eat," said the raven. "Then I will help you again when you are in need." As he had traveled a little further, he came to a stream. "Yes, I have little enough," replied the prince, "and you do not look as if you could render me much aid. But since it seems so necessary for you, I will give you what I can." And thereupon he opened his sack and gave food to the raven. Not far from it lay a large salmon which had come on to the dry land and was splashing about and could not get back into the water. "Ah, help me again to get into the water," said the salmon. "I will help you too when you are in need. You aren't going any further in a good direction." On the way, he encountered a wolf lying there, restless and bent over from extreme hunger. "Yes, your aid will be of little use to me," replied the prince, "but it would be a sin to let you die here." And with that he set the fish back into the water. "No," replied Cinderella, "I can't do that." "Oh, give me your horse to eat," said the wolf, "for I am so hungry that my stomach is shuddering because I haven't had anything to eat for 2 years. I don't know how I'll continue my journey." "Yes, you have to help me," said the wolf. "You can ride on me later. I'll also help you if you ever get into trouble." "Yes, what you can do for me probably isn't much," said the prince, "but take the horse since you clearly need it." "First, I came across a raven whom I had to feed. Then I came upon a salmon whom I had to help back into the water, and now you want my horse too. That won't work." As Cinderella was about to mount, the wolf set off with her, but she had never ridden so fast before. It did not take long for them to arrive. When the wolf had eaten the horse, Cinderella gave him the bridle into his mouth and put the saddle on his back. For the wolf had now become so strong and great from what he had eaten, much larger than a horse. When they had already traveled a good way, the wolf said, "If we go just a little farther, I will show you the giant's castle." "No," said the prince, "the giant will kill me." "Be without fear," the wolf said, "for when you enter, you will meet a princess there who will tell you how to kill the giant, and then just do as she says." Cinderella went in, and as he passed through several rooms, there sat the princess in one of them, but such a beautiful maiden had he never seen before. "Here you see the castle," said the wolf, "and these are your 6 brothers, turned into stone by the giant, and those are their 6 brides. There you also see the door to the castle, and that is where you must go." "Oh, God help you!" she exclaimed upon seeing him. "How have you entered here? Your death is certain, for a giant lives here. No one can kill him because he has no heart in his body." "But I will try it anyway," said Cinderella, "for that's why I came. And I would also like to rescue my brothers, who were turned to stone here, and you as well if I could." Now, as the princess could not at all persuade him to leave again, she said to him, "Let us then see how we begin best. Crawl under this bed, and there you must lie still and listen carefully to what the giant says when I question him." He crawled under the bed, and hardly had he done so when the giant came. "Food! Here smells like human flesh," he cried. "What is that?" When evening came, they got into bed, and after lying there for a while, the princess said, "There is one thing I wanted to ask you, but you need not get angry." "Yes, a crow flew by here with a bone in its beak, which it dropped down the chimney," said the princess. "I did hurry to get rid of it, but perhaps the smell must have lingered," and thus the giant was satisfied. Asked the giant. "Oh," she said, "I want to know where your heart is, because you don't carry it with you." "Ah, there we shall find it." "That's something you shouldn't ask," said the giant, "otherwise it lies under the door threshold," thought Cinderella, who was lying under the bed. The next morning, the giant woke up early and set off towards the forest. "This time he has led us astray," said the princess, "but we must try again." As soon as he left, Cinderella and the princess began to search under the door threshold. But no matter how much they searched and dug, they found nothing. So she picked the most beautiful flowers she could find and scattered them over the threshold after repairing it. By the time they had finished, the giant should have been back home. Cinderella had to crawl back under the bed. "Ah, it smells so strongly of human flesh here," he said the giant as he entered. "Oh, that must be yesterday's bone," said the princess, and thus the giant was content. After a while, he asked who had scattered all the beautiful flowers on the threshold. "I did," said the princess. "And for what?" asked the giant. "Ah, so," said the giant, "but it is not there. Do you not think I love you so much that I would scatter the threshold with flowers if I knew your heart lay beneath?" said the princess. "Oh, it's over there in the wardrobe," said the giant. As they got ready for bed in the evening, the princess asked him to tell her where his heart was, for she held him in such high regard, she said, and therefore she wanted to know. thought Cinderella. "Let's see if we can find it." The next morning, the giant got up early again and set off towards the forest. "We must try again," said the princess. But barely had he left, when Cinderella and the princess thoroughly searched the whole wardrobe for his heart. But however diligently they looked, they found nothing this time either. Then the giant came. She now decorated the wardrobe with flowers and garlands, and by evening Cinderella had to crawl back under the bed again. "Hutetu, here smells of human flesh," he exclaimed when he entered. "Ah, it's probably still the old bone," replied the princess. "The smell just won't go away." This satisfied the giant, who said no more. But as he saw the wardrobe decorated with flowers and garlands, he asked the princess who had done that. "Oh, I did," she answered. "But what's the point of such foolishness?" he asked. "Do you not think that I love you so much that I would decorate the closet with flowers and garlands if I knew your heart was there? Can you be so foolish as to believe that?" said the giant. "I must believe it if you say so," replied the princess. "You are a fool," said the giant. "You will never reach where my heart is. Now, the giant could not help but tell her. "But could you at least tell me where it is?" she asked. "Far, far away from here in the water," he said, "there is an island. On the island stands a church. In the church there is a well. In the well swims a duck. In the duck is an egg, and in the egg, that is where my heart is." Early in the morning, before it was even light, the giant headed back towards the forest. "Yes, now I must go too," said Asbjørn. "If only I knew the way." He then said goodbye to the princess, and as he stepped outside the castle, the wolf was still there waiting for him. Cinderella told him everything that had happened to her in the castle, and said she now wanted to go to the well in the church, if only she knew the way. After many days of traveling, they finally reached some water, but the wolf said he would find the way, and she should just get on his back, and they set off over cliffs and hills, through mountains and valleys, flying along like the wind. The king's son did not know how to cross, but the wolf told him not to be afraid, and then he leaped into the water and swam with the prince to an island. When they arrived at the church, the key was hanging high on the tower tip. Again the king's son did not know how to get it down. "You must call the raven for help," said the wolf, which the prince did. There flew past a raven, swung himself up to the tower tip and fetched down the key. The prince then began to entice it, and kept tempting it until it came so close that he could grasp it. Now the prince could enter the church, and when he reached the well, the duck swam up and down in it, just as the giant had said. But as he lifted it out of the water, it dropped the egg into the well. Now Asbjørnsen didn't know how to get the egg back. "You must now call for a salmon," said the wolf. So the prince called for the salmon, and it immediately came and brought up the egg. "Now," said the wolf to the prince, "squeeze the egg in your hand." And when the prince did that, the giant cried out loudly, "Squeeze it again." Indeed, the troll was instantly willing. He returned the 6 brothers to princes and their brides to princesses, said the wolf. And as the prince pressed once more, the giant let out a pitiful wail and begged and pleaded for his life, offering to do whatever the prince's son desired, if he would only not crush his heart. "Tell him," said the wolf, "that if he transforms your 6 brothers, who he has turned to stone, back into princes, and their brides back into princesses, then he may keep his life." And so the prince did. "Crush the egg now," said the wolf. And so Asbjørnsen crushed the egg, causing the giant to split in 2. Having avenged herself, she rode back to the mountain castle. There stood all his 6 brothers with their wives, fresh and healthy before him, and Cinderella went into the mountain and fetched the princess who became his bride, and then they all traveled back together to the king's castle. When the old king saw all 7 of his sons arrive with their brides, he was not little pleased, you can believe. But the fairest of all princesses was still Cinderella's bride, and he had to sit her down at the top table with him. 7. Then all the princes held their weddings with their wives, and there was feasting and rejoicing for many days, and they did not stop rejoicing, so they are probably still rejoicing. The Grimm's fairy tale. Once upon a time, there lived a rich couple who had 12 sons. When the youngest of them grew up, he no longer wanted to stay at home, but set out into the world to try his luck. The elders said that he had it good with them. Why then did he not want to stay at home? But he had no rest. He wanted and had to go, and so they finally let him travel. When he had wandered for a while, he also came to a royal palace. There he asked for service, which he received. The daughter of the king of this land, however, was held back by a troll in a mountain, and the king had no other children than this single daughter. That is why he and the whole country were in great distress and sorrow, and the king had promised the princess and half the kingdom to whoever could free her, but there was no one who could do it, although many tried. "Shall I have nothing?" said the boy. When the boy had been away for about a year, he wanted to return home and visit his parents. But when he arrived, his parents had died in the meantime, and the brothers had divided the inheritance among themselves, so that nothing was left for the boy. "How could we have known that you were still alive, after wandering about for such a long time?" said the brothers. "But be it as it may. Up in the mountain pasture there are 12 mares which we have not yet divided. If you want them for your share, you can take them." Yes, this suited the boy well, and he went immediately to the mountain pasture where the 12 mares were grazing. "You are a fine creature," said the boy. When he arrived, each mare had her foal. but the one with the most beautiful foal was a mare with a large spotted foal, so fat and well-proportioned that it shone. That's exactly what the boy did. He killed all the other foals, and then he left. Yes, but if you want to kill the others, so that I can suck all the mares for an entire year, then you'll see how big and beautiful I'll become, said the foal. When he returned the next year and wanted to look at his foal and mares, the foal had become so fat that it gleamed and blinked, and it was so large that the boy could only barely climb up. However, all the mares had regained their foals. Yes, it's true. It was worth it that I let you suck all 12 mares, said the boy to the 1-year-old. But now you're big enough. I need to take you with me. The boy did as the gray horse told him, and when he returned to the pasture next year, every mare had her foal again. No, let me go for another year, replied the foal. Kill the other 12 foals again so that I can also suck all 12 mares this year. Then you'll see how big and beautiful I'll be next summer. But the gray foal had grown so large that the boy could not even climb up to it, and it was so fat and shiny that it sparkled. You were big and beautiful last year, said the boy, but you are even more impressive this year. Such a foal does not exist in a king's castle, but now I must have you with me. No, replied the gray mare, let me go for 1 more year. Beat the other 12 foals to death so that I can still suckle all the mares this year. Then you will see me next summer. The boy did as the gray foal advised, killed all the other foals, and left. But when he returned next year to look for his foal and mares, the boy was utterly shocked. I'm so large and so heavy, he had never believed that a horse could be, for the mare had to lie down on all 4s if the boy wanted to climb up, and then she still had enough to do just to get him up. And so fat and so muscled had she become that she gleamed and sparkled like a mirror, and the mare had nothing against the boy taking her. He sat on her and rode her home to his brothers. They clapped their hands over their heads and crossed themselves, for such a horse neither of them had seen nor heard of. That's fine, said the boy. If you want to give me such beautiful tack for my horse, and such a beautiful saddle and bridle as one can get, then take all 12 mares, just as they stand in the pasture, and their 12 foals, for that year each mare had gotten another foal. Let's travel to the king's castle now, said the Grimskjegge. For that was the horse's name, but you must ask the king for good stall space and good food for me. Yes, the brothers wanted that very much, and now the boy put such a clamp under his horse that the pebbles flew into the air when he rode over the mountain, and a such golden saddle and bit that its gleam could be seen from far away. I won't forget, replied the boy, and off he rode, leaving sparks behind, and so it is easy to imagine that they did not take long to reach the castle. When the boy arrived there, the king was standing outside on the steps. He looked and looked, unable to understand who this rider was. No, he exclaimed, I have never seen such a man or horse in my entire life. When the boy asked if he could get a job at the castle, the king was so pleased that he jumped and danced, and it could not be avoided that the boy got a position. Yes, but I want good stall space for my horse and good food as well, said the boy. And now you can imagine that it did not take long before the others in the castle became envious of the boy, not knowing what to do with him if they only could. Yes, he should get stall space for his horse, and as much oats and hay as he could carry. And so the other knights all had to take their horses out of the stable, leaving it for the Grimskjegge alone, so she would have plenty of room. Finally, they decided to tell the king that the boy had boasted of being able to free the princess, whom the troll had locked away in the mountain if he wanted to. The king immediately called him to his presence and said, This and that is what I have said, and now you must keep your word. If you can do it, then you shall surely know that you will have the princess fairly, but if you cannot do it, then you shall lose your life. He went down to the stables, quite sad and heartless. The young man denied having said so, but to no avail. The king would not listen, and there was no other counsel for him. He had to try. Grimskjegge asked him what was wrong, and he then told her of the king's demand, saying that he did not know how to begin, as freeing the princess seemed an impossible task. The matter is not so dangerous, said Grimskjegge. I will help you, but you must allow me to equip you properly. You must demand 20 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of steel, and a smith to forge it, and another to shoe it. Yes, that did the young man, and the king said no, but gave him iron and steel and 2 smiths, and the grim mare was shod fore and aft, and then he rode out of the castle, raising dust. But when he came to the mountain, there was the steep wall to climb, for it was as abrupt as a wall and as smooth as a mirror. On his first attempt, the young man got part way up, but then the grim mare slipped with both front feet and slid back down, thundering and crashing. The third time the grim mare said, "Now it must succeed." On his second attempt, he made it further up, but then the grim mare slipped again with one front leg and slid back down, causing the old mountain to tremble. And with that, she began, sending stones flying into the clouds, and the young man climbed on top. When the young man returned to the castle, the king was not a little pleased, you may be sure. Then the young man rode off at full gallop, seized the princess, and placed her before him on the saddle. And even before the troll could realize what was happening, they had vanished. If time on now the princess was free. However things might have been, others in the castle had told the king all sorts of stories about him, so that he was still angry with the young man. "Thank you for rescuing my daughter," said the king, and that was all he said, but he wanted to leave. The young man, however, replied, "She is just as much mine as yours now, because I do hope you are a man of your word." "Well, I have promised it to you," said the king, "so you shall have her, but first you must ensure that the sun shines into my castle." For there was a large mountain in front of the castle window, casting a shadow and preventing the sun from entering. "Of course, this was not part of the agreement," replied the young man, "but I can only do my best, for I would still like to have the princess." He then went back down to the mare and told her what the king had requested. The boy got everything he asked for, because the king could not refuse him for shame's sake, and a new encumbrance was placed on Grimsjekka, and it was not a bad one. As this had happened, the boy mounted up, and with every step Grimsjekka took, the mountain sank 30 feet deeper into the earth, and this continued until nothing more of the mountain could be seen. The gray mare thought that the situation wasn't as dangerous, but she suggested that a new set of shoes with an additional 20 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of steel, along with 2 blacksmiths, one for forging and another for fitting them, would ensure that the sun would eventually reach the castle. When the boy returned to the castle, he asked the king if he would now give him the princess, for now he knew of no other way than that the sun should shine into the castle. The boy said that the king had not spoken of such a thing, and he thought that he had now earned the princess. But the king stood by what he had said, and if he could not provide such a bride horse for her, he said, then let him lose his life. But others had again talked all sorts of things to the king, and he told the boy that indeed he should have the princess, for he had not changed his mind. But first he should provide him with a fine bride horse, as he would have a groom's horse. That he would have a groom's horse would be no more than fair. "How am I supposed to do that?" he said, "for there are no horses like yours left in the world." So the boy went to the stable, but very sad and heartless, and told the bay mare how the king required of him that he should provide the princess with such a handsome bride horse as he would have had for himself as a groom, or else he should lose his life. "Yes, there are horses like mine," said the bay mare, "but it is hard to get them, for she is in hell. But we will try our best nevertheless." "And what must I do then?" asked the boy. 12 slaughtered oxen, along with all 12 ox-hides, and in each hide 1,200 lance points. For all this we need." The young man went up to the king and demanded everything as the Grimsjekka had told him, and the king could not refuse him for shame, but gave him everything. Once the Grimsjekka was properly fitted with shoes, the young man mounted and rode out of the castle courtyard. "First you must go to the king," said the Grimsjekka, "and ask for a new shoe under my feet. And for that you need 20 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of steel, and 2 blacksmiths, one for forging and one for fitting, but make sure the iron is well sharpened. Then you must ask for 12 tons of rock and 12 tons of barley, and we need 2. As he had ridden a long way over mountains and hills, the Sheki asked him, "Do you hear something?" "Yes," said the boy, "I hear a tremendous whirring above in the air. It gives me such fear and trepidation." So the boy did. He cut a hole in the corn sacks, allowing the barley and wheat to spill out on all sides. "That is all the wild birds of the forest flying overhead," said the grim-cheeked one. "They have been sent to stop us, but cut a hole in the sacks of corn, Then they will be occupied with the corn and forget about us. Had completely forgotten them. Then all the wild birds of the forest came in such great numbers that the sun was obscured. But when they saw the corn, they flew down and began to pick at the barley and wheat seeds. And finally, I think, they even fought, though I cannot say for certain. But this much I do know, that they did nothing to the boy and grim-cheeked one, because they— Yes, said the young man. I hear a terrible crash from all sides in the forest. It makes me fear and tremble. A young man rode a long way again, over mountains and valleys, through swamps and bogs. Suddenly the gray mare stopped and asked him, "Do you hear something?" "That's all the wild beasts of the forest," said the mare. "They've been sent to stop us. But throw the hay off the 12 oxen now, then they'll have enough to do and forget about us." So the young man threw the hay off, and now all the wild beasts, as many as were in the forest, came. Bears, wolves, lions, and other monsters. But when they saw the oxen's hay, they all fell on it and began to fight, so that blood flowed, but the young man and the gray mare were quite forgotten. On this the boy rode out into a vast, wide expanse, and the clouds flew past him every moment. For the gray mare did not gallop slowly, as one might think. Suddenly, however, the mare began to snort and asked, "Do you hear something?" "Yes, I hear a faint snorting in the distance, like a foal," said the boy. They continued their ride for a good while. "Well, that was no little foal," said the mare. "It just sounds faint because it's so far away." Eventually, the gray mare snorted again. "Do you hear something?" she asked. "Yes, now I clearly hear it snorting, like a large horse," said the boy. "Yes, you must hear it again," said the mare. "Then you'll be sure to notice. It's here." Now they traveled on, with a good end in sight. And the Grimshackey snorted for the third time, but before she could ask the boy if he heard anything, there was a thunderous snort from the field, making the boy think the old mountain would burst. "When the horse comes, it will blow fire from both nostrils and set the tar barrel ablaze," said the Grimshacker. "Quick, throw the ox sides with the lathe spikes at me and roll the tar barrel onto the ground, then climb up that great fir tree. Keep your eye on the flame. If it rises, I win. If it falls, I lose. But if you see me winning, quickly throw my bridle over its head, then it will be tamed." Thereupon the gray mare began a fight with the other horse, and stones flew up to the sky as they bit and struck each other with their forelegs and hind legs. As soon as the boy threw the hides with spikes at the Grimshacker, rolled the tar barrel onto the ground, and climbed up the tree, the horse arrived, emitting flames from both nostrils, and instantly the tar barrel caught fire. The boy alternated between watching them and the barrel, and finally fire started. For no matter how much the other horse bit and struck, it only hit the skin with its spikes, and eventually had to submit. Seeing this, the boy quickly jumped down from the tree, took the reins from the gray mare, and threw them at the other horse, which became so tame that he could steer it with a twine string. It was just as skittish as the Grim's fill, making them indistinguishable. When he arrived at the castle, the king was standing outside in the courtyard. Then the boy mounted the new horse and rode back to the king's castle, with the gray mare following alongside him. "Can you now tell me what kind of horse I have caught, and what kind I had?" said the boy. "If you cannot, then your daughter is mine." "No," said the king, "I cannot do that." The king examined both the horses from top to toe, but there was no difference in their hair, one from the other. "That does not, of course, agree," said the boy. "But since that must be so, we will try. You have won my daughter, now that you have provided her with such a fine wedding horse. But we must first see if it is also meant that you should have her. My daughter is to hide herself twice, and afterwards you are to hide yourself twice as well. Can you find her both times, but not catch her each time, then it is so ordered that you shall have HT. The princess should hide first, and there she transformed herself into a duck and swam on the water near the castle. But the young man went downstairs to the stable and asked the gray mare where the princess had hidden. "Just take your gun and aim at the duck swimming on the water," said the gray mare, "and she will surely appear." So he took his gun and went towards the water. "I'm going to shoot that duck," he said, and began aiming. "No, no, don't shoot," cried the princess. And now he had found her for the first time. The second time, the princess transformed herself into a loaf of bread and lay on the table among 4 others, all identical so that nobody could tell them apart. But the young man returned to the stable, and asked the gray mare where he should look for the princess now. Then it will surely appear. Oh, just take a bread knife and sharpen it well, and then act as if you wanted to cut the bread that counted from the left. Is the third of the 4 others lying on the kitchen table, said the grim-faced one. I must just cut a chunk off this bread, he said. So the boy went into the kitchen and took the largest bread knife he could find, sharpening it well. Then he grabbed the bread that, counted from the left, was the third of the 4 others, and set the knife to it as if to cut it in half. No, don't cut, said the princess, and now he had found her for the 2nd time. Now the boy should hide, but the grim-faced one gave him such good advice that he was not easy to find. First, he transformed himself into a horsefly, and hid in the left fold of the grim-faced one's cloak. No, I cannot find you, she cried. Come out! The princess went and searched everywhere, and last she also wanted to enter the room where the grim mare stood. But she began to bite and strike about her, so that she could not come near, and then she could not find him. And at once the lad stood before her in the stable. For the 2nd time he changed into a lump of earth, and lay between the hoof and the iron on the left front foot of the mare. The princess walked around everywhere again and searched, and last came also into the stable, and wanted to go back into the room with the grim mare. As all her searching availed nothing, she said at last, Come out! This time she was also allowed to come near, but she could not get under the hoof, for the mare stood too firm on her legs. For I cannot find you. And there stood the lad immediately again by her side in the stable. Now it is mine, he said to the king, for now you can see that it was meant to be. Yes, if it is indeed meant to be, then it must remain so, replied the king. And so the wedding was held immediately. The young man sat on one horse, and the princess on another, and you can imagine they didn't take long to reach the church. After that, they lived happily ever after. 80 were, Lordy. It doesn't matter to him whom all women are in love with. There once were 3 brothers. I don't know exactly how it happened, but each of them had a wish, so that he could desire whatever he wanted. But the youngest desired that all women should fall in love with him at first sight, whether they wanted to or not, and that, you must listen, was far better than money and possessions. The 2 eldest did not hesitate long, but wished for never lacking money as often as they reached into their pockets. For if one always has money, they said, then he will certainly get along in the world. Once the brothers had expressed their wishes, the 2 oldest wanted to leave for the world. Cinderella asked them to take her along, but the others refused. Our world, we've you. Wherever we go, we will be received as counts and princes, they said. But in the end, they finally allowed him to travel with them if he agreed to be their servant, and Cinderella also agreed. You, who have nothing, who would want to care for you, but of course, you can let me travel with you, Cinderella replied, because there will always be some left over for me when I am among such high-ranking people. As they had traveled for about a day, they reached a large inn. The 2 eldest brothers, who had money, went in and demanded roasted meat, fish, brandy, mead, and everything good to eat. Cinderella, having nothing, had to stay outside in the courtyard, watching over the horses and the baggage of the noble gentleman, for she was now their servant. While he was walking in and out of the courtyard, the landlady noticed him through the window, and thought he was the most beautiful young man she had ever seen. She kept looking at him, and the more she looked, the handsomer he seemed to her. "What the devil are you standing there for, gawking?" said the man. "I think it would be better if you made sure the roast pig is well cooked, than stood there staring. You know what kind of people we have here today." "Oh, I don't care a bit about that noble crowd," said the woman. "If they do not want to stay, they can return where they came from. But come here and look at him who is walking in the courtyard. Woman, have you completely lost your mind? Such a handsome young man I have never seen in my whole life. If you want, as I do, let's invite him in and treat him, for the poor rascal has little left," said the man, so angry that his eyes glowed in his head. "Go to the kitchen," he shouted, "and don't stand here staring at strangers." Thus, there was no other choice for the woman. She had to return to the kitchen and prepare the meal. After the young man, however, she was not allowed to look any further, and she could not invite him in either. But when she saw an opportunity, she started a business at the court, and now she gave Cinderella a scissors that had the property that he could cut the most beautiful clothes from velvet and silk, simply by cutting into the air with it. "I want to give this to you because you are such a handsome young man," she said. After the other two brothers had finished their roast pig and all the cooked dishes, they continued on their way, and Cinderella stood again as their servant at the back of the carriage. "If anyone asks who we are, just say that we are two foreign princes," they told him. In this inn, things unfolded more or less the same way as they had at the previous one. After 6 or 7 hours they arrived at another inn, and the two eldest went back in, but Asbjørnsen, who had no money, had to stay outside in the courtyard and look after their things. The landlady came to the window and saw Cinderella standing in the courtyard, and she fell in love with him just as much as the wife of the first innkeeper had done, and she could not get enough of looking at him. "Oh, I care nothing for that refined crowd," said the woman. "If they don't find it good enough here, they can go where they prefer. But come here and see the handsome young man standing out there in the courtyard. In all my life I have never seen such a beautiful person." But when her husband approached, he said, "Don't stand there gawking like a cow looking at the new gate, but go inside to your fishmonger. For you know well what kind of people we have to entertain today. If you wish as I do, we will invite him in and entertain him. That poor fellow may need it." I said, "Get going." "You never had much sense, woman," said the man, "and I believe you've lost what little you once had. Go into the kitchen, and stop standing there staring at that stranger." He was even angrier than the first innkeeper. She had to go back outside to her fish vendor, and though she would have liked to keep the boy, she couldn't risk it. She feared her husband. "You shall have this, because you're such a handsome young man," said the innkeeper's wife to Asbjørnsen. But then she saw an opportunity and made a deal with the courtyard worker, and now she gave Asbjørnsen a cloth that had the property of revealing the most exquisite dishes one could wish for when unfolded. He thanked her and was overjoyed. Such a cloth, you can imagine, was worth more than much money. After the two brothers had eaten and drunk, and paid for everything dear, they continued their journey, and Cinderella stood back again. As they traveled for a long time until they became hungry once more, they entered a very noble inn, and demanded the most expensive and best food available. "We are two traveling kings," they said, "and we have as much money as hay." When the innkeeper heard this, he started to prepare and cook, so that the smell reached 10 houses among the neighbors. Cinderella, however, had to stay in the courtyard and look after things. Now it was almost the same for him as in the previous two inns. The landlady looked out the window at the servant, standing outside by the carriage, and such a handsome young man had never before come her way. She kept looking, and the longer she looked, the more beautiful he seemed to her. However, when the innkeeper came and saw them standing and staring, he said, "Don't you have anything better to do than stand there and gawk? Don't you know what kind of people we have in the house? Get out into the kitchen with the porridge pot right now." "Oh, it's not so dangerous," the woman replied. "Come here, and then you'll see something. If they don't want to wait until the porridge is done, they can just leave. No one is stopping them. Look over there on the courtyard. Such a handsome young man. I've never come across someone like him before. If I were you, I'd bring him in and treat him. He seems to need it. But if you don't go out right now to the porridge pot, you'll see how I'll make you walk. You've been a man's woman all your life, and that's still true," said the man, who was furiously angry. The woman had to go back out to the kitchen again, for she well knew that the man would not be trifled with. After a while, however, she saw an opportunity, slipped out into the courtyard, and handed Cinderella a most charming tap. Cinderella thanked her and was delighted. For such a tap wasn't to be dismissed, mark my words. "If you just turn the tap," she said, "you'll get the finest drinks you could wish for, mead, wine, and even brandy. That's what I want to give you, because you're such a handsome young man." When the two brothers had finished their meal, they set off again, and Cinderella found herself back at the rear of the carriage. They were invited to stay in the castle, and the king did not know what more he could do for them. They traveled a long way, and finally arrived at a royal castle. The two eldest introduced themselves as sons of emperors, and since they had much money and were dressed so magnificently, they were received with the greatest honor. But Cinderella, still wearing the same rags she had brought from home, was taken by the castle guard to an island, where all the beggars and ragged folk who had come to the castle were thanked, for the king hated beggars and ragged folk. They only disturbed the joy in the castle, he said, but on the island they received just enough food to keep them alive. Cinderella's brothers saw that the guard was taking her to the island, but they were glad to be rid of her and did not worry about her any further. Himself and everyone in the castle. Now, when Cinderella went out to the island among the other beggars and ragamuffins, she took only her scissors and cut through the air with them, and there she cut off the most beautiful clothes one could imagine, of velvet and silk, for all of them, together, so that even the meanest beggar on the island was dressed more splendidly than the King H. Then Cinderella took her cloth and spread it out, and there it was, covered with a lot of the most beautiful dishes, so that everyone had much more than enough, and such a feast had never been held in the king's castle before. "But now you must be thirsty as well," said Cinderella, took her beer tap, and turned it around, and then all the beggars also got enough to drink, but such a way and such wine the king himself had never tasted in his life. Now, when those who were to bring food to the island of beggars arrived with their cold porridge and sour milk, for that was the food given to the beggars on the island, the beggars did not even want to taste it, which surprised those from the castle greatly, but they were even more amazed when they saw how everyone was dressed in such a magnificent manner as if they were all emperors and popes, and they thought they had come to an unjust island. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be quite just, and even touched the porridge and milk we brought, they said. They had become so proud. They could not think otherwise than that the one they had rowed out to yesterday must have granted all that state and glory to the beggars, and when they returned to the castle, they immediately told how the one they had brought out yesterday had dressed all the beggars so beautifully and magnificently that it seemed to be pouring gold. And we did. When the princess heard this, she had no peace until she saw the boy who held the scissors, which cut through velvet and silk in mid-air. Such scissors would be worth having, she thought, for with them she could achieve all the dressing she desired. But one of the king's men had spied out how the boy had a pair of scissors, with which he cut all the beautiful clothes the beggars had received from thin air. He immediately reported this at the castle and said, if he just cuts into the air with the scissors, down come velvet and silk. She then begged the king so persistently that he finally sent someone to the island of the beggar and fetched the boy. When he arrived, the princess asked him if it were true that he had scissors such and such, and whether he would not sell them to her. "Yes, you must absolutely sell me the scissors," said the princess. "You can ask whatever you want, for I must have them." "No, I cannot sell it to you in any way," said the boy, "for such scissors I would not easily get back." "Yes, I have such scissors," said Asbjørnsen, "but I will not sell them," and with that he took the scissors and cut through the air, sending velvet and silk fabric flying around him. And while they stood there disputing over the scissors, the princess examined the boy more closely, and it seemed to her that she had never seen such a beautiful person. Sell them to her, as much in 100 thalers as he wanted. "No, I will not sell them," said Cinderella, "but if you let me sleep in your room near the door tonight, then you can have them." "I want to do you no harm," he said, "and if you are afraid, you can certainly post 2 guards. Yes, that was what the princess wanted. She was satisfied as long as she got the scissors. And so Cinderella slept in her room that night, with 2 men on guard. But the princess did not get much sleep in her eyes, for she had to watch Cinderella all night long. In the morning, Cinderella rowed back out to the island of beggars. However, when the people from the castle brought porridge and buttermilk, no one wanted to taste it again. But one of the king's men discovered that the boy had a cloth that covered the most delicious food as soon as he unfolded it. And when he returned, he immediately told the princess, "Such a roast and such porridge," he said, "do not exist in the king's castle. If you wish me to spend the night on the bench before your bed, then you shall have the cloth," he said. When the princess heard this, she told the king, and begged him until he sent someone to the island to bring back the boy. So when Cinderella arrived at the castle, the princess wanted to buy the cloth from him completely, and offered him money upon money. But Cinderella refused to sell it for any price. "I mean you no harm, and if you are afraid, you may surely post 4 men as guards." In the morning, Cinderella rowed back out to the island of the beggar women. But if the princess had not been able to sleep the previous night, she could sleep even less that night. She lay restlessly and kept gazing at the young man. Yes, upon this the princess immediately agreed, and Cinderella lay that night on the bench before her bed, with 4 men standing guard. When, however, those from the castle arrived with the gruel and milk, no one wanted to look at it again, so sated were they all still from the previous day. This did not strike the people of the castle any further, yet it surprised them that they were not yet thirsty again. However, someone noticed that the boy had a tap and always got the best drinks, mead and wine and also beer, simply by turning the tap. So when he returned, he immediately told everyone about the boy's tap. Such beer and such mead is not to be found in the king's castle, he said, for it tastes even sweeter than honey. And when the princess heard this, she wanted the tap at all costs, and did not rest until the king sent someone to the island to bring back the boy. Yes, said Cinderella, I have such a tap. When Cinderella arrived at the castle, the princess asked him if it was true that he had a tap like that, and described it in such and such a way. And when the princess tried to buy it from him by force, he said again that he could not sell it under any circumstances, even if she offered him half the kingdom. But let's not talk about that, he said. If you want me to sleep in your bed this night, then you shall have my hose. You can easily station 8 men on guard for me. Oh no, that's not necessary, the princess replied, for I now know you well enough. And so Asbjørnsen slept that night in the princess's bed, and since she hadn't been able to sleep the previous 2 nights, she remained awake all night. The next morning, as Asbjørnsen prepared to leave for the island, she said to him, Wait a little longer. She ran inside to the king and begged him to give her the young man as a husband, for she was so in love with him, she said, that she could not live without him. Well then, the king answered, if he has such wonderful things as you tell me, then he is just as rich as you are. Take him then. Once upon a time, a king had a daughter who could lie so magnificently that no one could match her. So the king announced that whoever could lie in such a way that the princess would have nothing more to say, would win her hand and half the kingdom. Many came to the court and tried their luck, for all wanted to have the princess and half the kingdom, but they all ended up worse off. There were also 3 brothers who wanted to try their fortune. First, the 2 eldest came, but they did not fare any better than the rest. Good day! Last came Asbjørnsen, and when he arrived, he found the princess in the barn. He said, That's quite right. Thank you, she replied. You don't have a barn as big as ours, for if the shepherd stands at one end and blows his horn, it can't be heard at the other. Asbjørnsen retorted, Ours is much larger, for if a cow becomes pregnant at one end, she doesn't give birth until the other. Said the princess, But you don't have an ox as big as ours, for if each horn has someone with a measuring stick, they can't block each other. Here you come, said the little princess. We have an ox so large that if someone sits on each horn and blows through the straw, they cannot hear each other. Well then, replied the prince, but you don't have as much milk as we do, for we milk our cows into large pails and carry them into large kettles, and make cheese as big as barrels. Potted horse. And we, said Asbjørnsen, we milk our milk into large buckets, and drive them into the house with wagons, and pour it into large brewing pans, and make cheese as big as houses. Once it fold in the cheese, and after we had eaten from it for 7 years, we came across a huge S. But suddenly the pine tree shot up and grew out from the back, becoming so large that I could climb up to heaven on it. That's how I came to the Virgin Mary, who was sitting there and weaving woolen threads from porridge. With this one I should like to drive to the mill, but there a rib broke. Now I knew no other counsel, so I took a pine tree and put it in place of the rib, and another rib was not needed as long as we had it. How I stood there watching, the pine tree at the bottom broke off, and I couldn't get down. But the Virgin Mary allowed me to slide down on one of the ropes, and that's how I ended up in a foxhole. There sat my mother, and your father mending shoes. But before I knew it, my mother hit your father so hard that his wig flew off. You're lying, said the princess, because my father never did that. 10. The 3 goats Browswind going to the pasture, and wanting to get fat. Once upon a time there were 3 goats who wanted to go to the pasture and get fat, and all 3 were named Browswind. On their way they had to cross a bridge over a river, and under the bridge lived a huge, horrible troll, with eyes as big as zinc plates and a nose as long as a peg. First, the youngest goat Browswind wanted to cross the bridge. Trip, trap, he said it on the bridge. "Who is tapping on my bridge?" roared the troll. "Oh, it's the smallest goat, Browswind. I just wanted to go and fatten up," said the goat with a very fine voice. "Now I'm coming to get you," cried the troll. "Oh, don't get me. I'm still so small," said the goat. "Yes, indeed," said the troll. "Just wait until the other goat Browswind comes. He's much bigger than I am." After a while, the other goat Browswind came and wanted to cross the bridge. Trip, trap, said it on the bridge. "Who is it tapping on my bridge?" roared the troll. "Yes, indeed. Oh, it's the second goat Browswind." "I just wanted to go and fatten up," said the goat, but he didn't have such a fine voice. "Wait a little longer, then comes the great buck Browswind, who is much larger than I," said the buck. Said the troll. Trip, trap. Not long after, here came the great buck Browswind. Trip, trap, he said on the bridge, causing it to crack. "Oh, Panwar, who is trampling on my bridge?" cried the troll. "It's the great buck Browswind," said the buck with a gruff voice. "Now I'll come and get you," shouted the troll. There they were, the goats so fat that they couldn't go home again. Snip, snap, sneeze. "Yes, come only. I have 2 spears on my shoulder, to puncture your eyes out of your head. I have 2 large stones, to crush your bones and legs," said the buck. And with that he drove towards the troll, plucking out his eyes and crushing his bones in his body. Afterward he threw him into the river, and went with the others to the pasture. That's how the little goat ends up. 11. East of the sun and west of the moon. One evening late in autumn, as it happened on a Thursday, the weather outside was abominable. It was pitch black, and rained and stormed so hard that the windows cracked. Once upon a time there was a poor old man who had many children. He was so poor that he couldn't give them proper food or clothes. Yet all his children were very beautiful, but the youngest daughter was the most lovely of all. The whole family sat around the fire, each busy with their work. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the window 3 times. "Good evening," said the bear. The man went out to see what it was, and when he stepped outside there stood a huge white bear. "Good evening," replied the man. "Willst du mir deine jüngste Tochter zur Frau geben?" said the bear. "Then I will make you as rich as you are now poor." The girl said no, and wanted nothing to do with the deal. The man thought this not amiss, but he said he must first speak with his daughter, went in and told her that a great white bear stood outside, who had promised to make him as rich as he was, then poor, if he gave him his youngest daughter. So the man went back out, spoke kindly with the bear, and said he should come again on the next Thursday evening. In the meantime he would see what could be done about it. They now persuaded the girl, chatting to her of all the great riches they would attain, and how well she herself would fare. So finally she gave in, washed her few rags clean, dressed herself as best she could, and made herself ready for travel. Once they had traveled a good distance, the bear asked her, "Are you afraid?" When the bear returned the following Thursday evening, "Yes, that's right." The girl climbed onto his back with her bundle, and they set off. "No," she replied, "not at all. Just hold on tight to my fur," said the bear, "and you'll be safe, with the most exquisite dishes." Then the bear gave her a silver bell, and said that if she wanted anything in the castle, all she had to do was ring it, and she would get it immediately. Now she rode on the bear's back far, far into the world. No one can say how far they went, and eventually they reached a large rock. The bear knocked, and a gate opened, leading them into a grand castle, and everything shone with gold and silver. There was also a great hall, and in the hall a table laden. But when she had turned out the light and got into bed, a man would come and lie down beside her, and this happened every night, yet she never saw him, for he always arrived after she had already turned out the light and left before dawn. So after she had eaten and drunk and grew tired towards evening, wanting to go to bed, she simply rang the bell and instantly a chamber opened, with a made-up bed as beautiful as one could imagine, with silk pillows and curtains fringed with gold, Everything in the room was made of gold and silver, so she lived a while quietly and contentedly. But at last she got such a great longing to see her parents and brothers again that she became quite still and sad. One day the bear asked her what was the matter with her, that she was always so quiet and pensive. "No," said the girl, "she would be careful." "Ah," she said, "it gets so boring for me in the castle, because I would really like to see my parents and my brothers once again." On Sunday the bear came and said that now she could start her journey to see her parents. "There is a way out of this," said the bear, "but you must promise me never to want to speak alone with your mother, but only when others are present. She will likely take you by the hand and want to lead you into a room to talk to you alone. If you will lead you into a room to talk to you alone, let yourself be persuaded, we will both be unhappy." She sat on his back, and off they went. "There live your elders," said the bear. As they had traveled for a long time, they came to a great white castle, where their siblings went in and out, playing, and everything was so beautiful and magnificent that it was a pleasure to look at. "Don't forget what I told you. Otherwise, we will both be unhappy." The girl replied that she wouldn't forget and entered the castle, while the bear turned back. They told her about how much better things had become, and asked how she was doing. When the elders saw their daughter again, they were so overjoyed that it cannot be described, and they could not thank her enough for what she had done for them. "Oh, I'm doing quite well," said the girl. "I have everything I ever wished for." I don't know exactly what else she said, but I believe she didn't give them a proper report. Now I don't know how it happened right, but in the end, the mother persuaded her, and she had to tell her everything she knew. Who knows? In the afternoon, after they had eaten, it happened as the bear had told her. The mother wanted to speak with the daughter alone in the room, but the girl thought of the bear's words, and did not want to go with her, but said, "Oh, what we have to talk about, we can always talk here." She also told her that in the evening, when she turned off the light, a person would always come and get into bed with her. But she never got to see him, because before dawn he would be gone again. To see him so much, and the day seemed so long, because she was always alone. In the evening the bear returned and took the girl away. When they had come out of the house, he asked her if it hadn't happened as he said. "That is certainly a troll who is sleeping at your place," said the mother, "but if you want to follow my advice, stand up one night when he has fallen asleep and light a fire, and see what kind of creature it is. But be careful not to drip any grease on him." Yes, she could not deny it. "So you followed your mother's advice," said the bear. "Then you and I will be unhappy, and our friendship is over." "No, she would not have done that," she said. And when they had arrived home and the girl got into bed, once again, as usual, a human being came and lay down with her. But in the night, when she heard that he was sleeping, she got up and lit a light, and now she saw in the bed the most beautiful prince one could imagine, and she fell so deeply in love with him that she had to kiss him at once. However, she did not do it, and let 3 hot drops of oil fall on his shirt, causing him to wake up. "What have you done?" he cried as he opened his eyes. "Now you've made both of us unhappy." The girl began to weep and wail, but it was too late now, he had to go. She asked him if she couldn't travel with him. "No," he said, "that's not possible. If you'd only waited a year, I would be free. For I have a stepmother who has enchanted me, so that by day I am a bear and at night a man. But it's all over now, because I must leave you and return to her. She lives in a castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon, and there I am to marry a princess with a nose 3 ells long. Can't you tell me the way?" she asked. "So I can find you? Isn't that allowed?" "Yes, of course," he replied, "but there is no way there. For the castle lies to the east of the sun and to the west of the moon, and you will never get there." Before the mountain sat an old woman playing with a golden apple. In the morning, when she woke up, both the prince and the castle had disappeared, and she found herself lying on bare earth in the middle of a thick, dark forest, wearing her old rags once again, with the same bundle she had brought from home by her side. After rubbing sleep from her eyes and crying her fill, she set off on the road and wandered for many, many days until she finally reached a great mountain. "How do you know him?" The girl asked her if she didn't know the way to the prince, who lived in a castle with his stepmother, which was located east of the sun and west of the moon, and who was supposed to marry a princess with a nose 3 ells long. Yes, said the girl, that's me, the woman asked. Are you perhaps the girl he wanted to marry? So, you are, exclaimed the woman. Yes, my child, she continued. I would like to help you, but I don't know anything else about the castle besides that it lies east of the sun and west of the moon, and you will probably never get there. But I want to lend you my horse, so you can ride to my neighbor. Perhaps she can tell you the way. If you reach your place, just tap the horse under its left ear and tell it to go home. Then take this golden apple, for you might need it. The girl then mounted the horse and rode for a long, long time. Finally, she reached another mountain, where an old woman sat with a golden spinning wheel. The girl asked her if she could tell her the way to the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. But just as the previous woman, she said she knew nothing more about the castle than that it was located east of the sun and west of the moon. And you will never get there, she said, but I will lend you my horse, so you can ride to my nearest neighbor. Perhaps she can tell you the way. If you reach her, just tap the horse under its left ear and tell it to go home. Then take this golden spinning wheel with you, for you might need it. The girl now mounted the horse and rode for many days and weeks. Finally, she reached another mountain, where an old woman sat and was weaving a golden cloth. The girl again inquired about the prince and the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. Are you the one the prince wanted to marry? Asked the woman. Yes, replied the girl, but the woman knew no better than the previous two. The castle lies east of the sun and west of the moon, she said, and you will probably never get there. But I will lend you my horse. On it, you can ride to the east wind. Perhaps it can show you the way. If you reach him, just tap the horse under its left ear and tell it to go home, and then take this golden cloth with you, for you might need it. She rode for a lovely while, and finally reached the east wind. She asked him once again if he couldn't tell her how to get to the prince, who lived in the castle east of the sun and west of the moon. Yes, said the east wind. I've heard talk of the prince in the castle, but I can't tell you the way, for I have never blown that far. You can just sit on my back, then I'll carry you. But I will take you to my brother, the west wind. Perhaps he knows, for he is much stronger than I am. The girl got onto his back, and they set off. No, replied the west wind, I have never blown that far. When they arrived at the west wind's place, the east wind told him that he had brought a girl who was to marry the prince, who lived in a castle east of the sun and west of the moon, and asked if he knew the way there. If you wish to, he said to the girl, then you may ride on my back, and I will take you to the south wind. Perhaps he can tell you, for he is far stronger than I am, and blows and sweeps everywhere. The girl climbed onto his back, and it didn't take long before they reached the south wind. So? Said the south wind, but even he didn't know the way. When they arrived, the west wind asked if he knew the way to the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon, as the girl he had brought was to marry the prince, he said. I have blown about all my life, he declared, but I've never gotten this far. If you wish it, he told the girl, I will take you to my brother, the north wind, who is the oldest and strongest of us all, and if he cannot tell you the way, you'll never learn it. The girl had to sit on his back, and off they went, causing the heath to sway. What do you want? It didn't take long before they arrived at the north wind, but he was so wild and unrestrained that he blew snow and ice into their faces from a distance. He called out, sending shivers down their skin. She would like to ask you if you know where it is. You don't have to be so aggressive against us, said the south wind, for I am your brother, and she is the girl who is to marry the prince in the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon. Yes, I do know where it is, replied the north wind. I once blew an ash leaf there, but I was so tired that I couldn't blow again for some nice days. But if you insist on going there, he told the girl, and you're not afraid, then I'll take you on my back and see if I can blow you there. Yes, said the girl, she must go there, if only in some way it could be managed, and she wouldn't be afraid at all, even if things turned out very badly. So you must stay here for the night, said the north wind, for we must have the day ahead of us if we want to get there. Early the next morning, the north wind woke her up, puffed itself up, and grew so mighty and strong that it was terrifying, and off it went through the air as if heading to the end of the world. A tremendous storm arose, tearing down whole villages and forests, and as it crossed the vast sea, hundreds of ships sank. Are you afraid? He asked. "No, not at all," she replied. It kept going over the water, further and further, beyond what any human could believe. But the north wind grew weaker and weaker, until it was barely able to blow, and it sunk lower and lower, until finally it was so low that waves hit its heels. Now they were not far from land, and the north wind had barely enough strength left to carry them to the shore beneath the windows of the castle, which lay east of the sun and west of the moon. But it was so weak and feeble that it had to rest for many days before it could return home. "What will you give me for your golden apple?" The next morning, the girl sat beneath the castle's windows and played with the golden apple, and the first person she saw was the Nose Princess, whom the prince was to marry. She asked as she opened the window. "It's not for sale, neither for gold nor money," said the girl. "If you don't want to sell it, neither for gold nor money, then what do you want in exchange for it?" asked the princess. "I will give you whatever you ask." "Yes, if I may sleep one night at the prince's, then you shall have him," said the girl. "Yes, that is what you like," said the princess, and took the golden apple. In the morning, as it grew light, the princess with her long nose drove her out again. But when the girl entered the prince's chamber, he was sound asleep. She called him and shook him and wept and wailed, but could not rouse him. That day the girl sat once more under the castle windows, and wound the thread on her golden spinning wheel, and now it happened just as it had the day before. The princess asked her what she wanted for the spinning wheel. But the girl said it was not for sale, neither for gold nor money. If, however, she might sleep one night again at the prince's, then the princess, she immediately said yes, and took the golden spinning wheel. However, when the girl climbed up, the prince had fallen back into a deep sleep. No matter how much she called out to him, shook him, wept, and wailed, she could not rouse him from his slumber. And in the morning, as daylight broke, the princess with the long nose returned and chased her away again. On this day, the girl sat down under the windows in her golden petticoat and spun. When the princess with the long nose saw the petticoat, she wanted it for herself. She opened the window and asked the girl what she would take in exchange for her golden petticoat. "Yes, of course," said the princess, and took the golden petticoat. But once again, like the two previous times, the girl replied that it was not for sale for gold or money. If, however, the princess allowed her to spend one more night with the prince, then she could have the petticoat. However, some people who slept next to the prince's chamber had heard a pitiful crying and wailing from a woman inside for 2 nights, and they told this to the prince in the morning. When, in the evening, the princess came with the soup that the prince always drank before going to bed, he acted as if he were drinking it, but poured the soup behind him, for he now suspected that the princess had put a sleeping draught in it. So, when the girl entered the chamber in the evening, the prince was still awake and was extremely happy to see her again. And she had to tell him how things had happened with her and how she had come to the castle. After she had told him everything, he said, "You just came in time. For my wedding with the princess is tomorrow, but I don't ask anything about her or her long nose. You are the only one I want. I will say that I would like to see what my bride is capable of, and ask the princess to wash the 3 silver spots from my shirt. She will likely agree, and I know she won't be able to. For these spots were dropped on by your hand, and only Christian hands can wash them out, not the hands of such a troll pack as she belongs to." That night they spent it merrily and happily together. But I will say that I want no other bride than one who can accomplish this, and if everyone has tried and cannot manage it, then I shall call upon you to try as well. However, when the wedding was to take place the next day, the prince said, "I would first like to see what my bride is capable of." The stepmother thought this quite reasonable. "Oh, you don't know how to do it," said the old troll woman. Her mother, "Give it to me." "I have such a beautiful shirt," said the prince, "and I want that to be my bridegroom's shirt. But now 3 silver spots have gotten into it, and I'd like them washed out again." Well, they thought that wouldn't be too dangerous, so they agreed. And the princess with the long nose started washing what she could, but the longer she washed, the larger and blacker the spots became. But when she got the shirt, it became even blacker, and the more she washed and scrubbed, the bigger the spots grew. "Oh, you're all not good enough for that." Now the other troll women were supposed to wash the shirt, but the longer they washed it, the uglier it looked, and finally the whole shirt appeared as if it had been hanging in the chimney. "There sits a poor beggar girl under the windows," said the prince. "I am sure she knows more about washing than all of you together. Come in here, you girl," he called out, and when the girl came, he asked her, "Can you wash that shirt for me?" "I don't know," replied the girl, "but I think so. Yes, I want you." The girl took the shirt and began to wash it, and under her hands it became as white as freshly fallen snow, even whiter, said the prince. This caused the old troll woman to be so angry that she burst. And Princess, with the long nose and the other troll pack, I think, also burst. For after that I never heard anything more from them. How they came to their destination and where they went, I do not know, but if these are the ones I mean, they are not too far from here. 12. The prince and his bride then set all the Christians free who were imprisoned in the castle. Afterwards they took as much gold and silver as they could carry, and left the castle which lay to the east of the sun, and to the west of the moon. The chicken that wanted to go to Dovrefjeld, so that the world would not end. Once there was a chicken that flew onto an oak tree in the evening and settled down there. During the night it dreamed that if it did not go to Dovrefjeld, the world would end. When it woke up, it immediately flew down and set off. On its journey's end, it met a rooster. "Good day, Rooster Pawn," said the chicken. "Good day, Chicken Poon." "Where are you going so early?" asked the rooster. "Oh, I just want to go to Dovrefjeld, so that the world does not end," replied the chicken. "Who told you that, Chicken Poon?" inquired the rooster. "I was sitting on the oak tree and dreamed it all night," said the chicken. "I'll go with you," said the rooster. "Good day, Duck Pent," said the rooster, and so they both continued their journey. Then they met a duck. "Good day, Rooster Pawn. Where are you off to so early?" asked the duck. "I want to go to the Dovrefjeld, so that the world doesn't end," replied the rooster. "Who told you that, Rooster Pawn?" "Hen Poon." "Who told it to you, Hen Poon?" questioned the duck. "I sat in the oak tree and dreamt it last night," said the chicken. "I want to go with you," declared the duck. They set off and continued on their way. Then a goose met them. "Good day, Goosepans," greeted the duck. "Good day, Duck Pent," answered the goose. "Where are you headed so early?" "I'm going to the Dovrefjeld, so that the world doesn't end," said the duck. "Rooster Pan ... "Who told you that, Duck Pent?" asked the goose. "Who told it to you, Rooster Pawn?" "Hen Poon ... you." "How do you know that, Hen Poon?" inquired the goose. "I sat in the oak tree and dreamt it last night," stated the chicken. "I want to go with you," said the goose. As they had gone a little further, the fox met them. "Good day, Fox Foops," said the goose. "Good day, Goosepans," replied the fox. "Where are you going, Fox Foops?" "Where do you want to go, Goosepans?" "I want to go to the Dovrefjeld, so that the world does not pass away." "Who told you that, Goosepans?" asked the fox. "Duck Pente," answered the goose. "Who told you, Duck Pente?" "Rooster Pawn." "And who told you, Rooster Pawn?" "Chick Poon." "And how do you know it, Chick Poon?" "I sat in the oak tree and dreamt it all night," said the chick. "Nonsense," said the fox. "The world will not pass away if you don't go to the Dovrefjeld. Come with me into my cave. There you will sit warm and comfortable." The proposal pleased the travelers, and they went with the fox to his cave. But when they got there, the fox began to stoke up the fire so well that they all became drowsy. The goose and the duck sat in a corner, but the cock and hen flew up to the chicken coop. When the goose and duck fell asleep, the fox placed the goose on the fire and roasted it. As the hen smelled the delicious scent, it jumped one stick higher and said, half asleep, "Phoo! Keep your mouth shut and sleep on." The hen fell asleep again. "What a stench here! Pooh!" said the fox. "It's just the smoke from the chimney." But as soon as the fox had finished with the goose, he did the same to the duck. Again the smell made the hen fly one stick higher, saying, "Phoo!" When the hen realized this, it flew to the highest stick and peered out towards the chimney. What a stench here! At that moment it opened its eyes and saw that the fox had devoured both the goose and the duck. "Look," it said to the fox, "see those beautiful geese flying." Reineke went out and wanted to get a fat roast. Then the chicken woke up the rooster and told him about what had happened to Goosepans and Duck Pente. 13. Thereupon Rooster Pan and Chicken Poon flew out through the chimney, and if they hadn't reached Dovrefjeld, the world would have been over. The man who was supposed to stock the house. "Oh, father, said the woman. "Don't be so angry all the time." One day during harvest season, he returned late from the field in the evening, and now it was all scolding and storming, which was terrifying. Once upon a time, there was a man who was always so moody and irritable, and his wife could never do enough for him or show her gratitude in the house. "Tomorrow we'll switch our roles. I'll go with the cutters to the field, and you can stock the house." Yes, that suited the man just fine, and he immediately agreed to the proposal. He first wanted to make butter, but after some time of churning, he became thirsty and went downstairs to pour himself a beer. Early the next morning, the woman took up the scythe on her neck and went out to the field with the reapers to mow. But the man was supposed to tend to the house. As he was pouring from the barrel into the pitcher, he heard that a piglet had entered the kitchen. Dropping the pitcher, he ran upstairs as fast as he could, fearing the piglet might tip over the butter churn. By the door, he caught up with it, and gave it such a severe blow that it lay still right away. But when he saw that the churn was already on its side, and the piglet was munching on the cream that had spilled on the floor, he became so angry that he completely forgot about the beer barrel and pursued the piglet. Then it suddenly occurred to him that he still had the tap in his hand. But when he went down to the cellar, all the beer had drained onto the floor. He then went to the milk chamber, refilled the butter churn with cream, and started buttering again, as he wanted butter for lunch. After a while, it occurred to him that the milk cow was still in the stall and hadn't eaten or drunk anything, even though it was already high noon. To leave the butter churn standing, for his little boy was crawling around on the ground and might tip it over later, he thought. So he took it on his back and went out. Because he now thought that it would be too far to drive her to the pasture, he wanted to bring her up onto the roof, for the roof was covered with grass, and there stood on it beautiful tall grass, and as the house lay on a steep hill, he believed it would be easy to get her up, if he only laid a plank from the hill onto the roof. But he did not want. But before he got the cow onto the roof, he wanted to give her one more drink, and took a bucket to draw water from the well. But as he bent down, all the cream ran out of the churn down his neck and into the water. Now, as noon was approaching, since things had not gone well with the butter, he thought he would cook porridge for lunch, and hung the pot of water over the fire. In the pot, and he had to stir the porridge. While he was thus engaged, the cow fell from the roof and dragged the man up by the rope into the chimney. As soon as he had done that, it occurred to him that the cow which he had led onto the roof might fall down and break its neck or limbs. So he took a rope and went up to secure it. He tied one end around the cow's neck and threw the other end through the chimney, then came down and bound it hurriedly round his leg, for the water was already boiling. There he hung, unable to move forward or backward, while the cow hung outside between heaven and earth and could not free itself. The woman had waited a long time for the man to come and call her for lunch, but he did not appear and did not come. Eventually it seemed too long to her, and she went home with the people. When she saw the cow hanging between heaven and earth, she went over and with her scythe cut the rope in two. The man fell down through the chimney, and when she entered the kitchen, there he stood on his head in the grain bucket. 14. Thumbelina died. Once upon a time there was a woman who had only one son, who was not larger than a thumb, and that is why they called him Thumbelina. When he came of age and gained some understanding, his mother told him it was time to consider marrying a wife. Yes, Thumbelina was content, and the mother sat with him on the wagon, and they drove straight to the king's castle. For there was a princess who was exceptionally tall, and around whom Thumbelina was to find freedom. When they had traveled some distance, Thumbelina suddenly disappeared. The mother searched everywhere and called his name. "Pip, Pip," said Thumbelina, having hidden himself in the horse's mane. When he reappeared, he had to promise his mother that he wouldn't hide again. But as they had come to an end, Däumerling had disappeared once more. "Pip, Pip." The mother searched for him and called out his name, weeping and wailing, but Däumerling was gone. "Pip, Pip," he said, laughing and giggling, but she couldn't find him that time. "Here I am," Däumerling whispered suddenly, crawling out of the horse's ear. He had to promise his mother solemnly not to hide again, but it didn't take long for him to disappear once more. "Pip, Pip." The mother searched everywhere, weeping and calling out his name, but it was all in vain. Däumerling was gone. "Here I am," he said, laughing and teasing as she couldn't find him. So they arrived at the castle. Suddenly, however, The horse started sneezing, and out popped Däumerling, as he had hidden in one of the nostrils. Now the mother could not help but put him in a bag, for she knew that he would not stop his pranks. The princess liked the little handsome boy and engaged to marry him, and soon after, the wedding took place. However, in the middle of the dish there was a groove filled with butter for dipping, but it was too deep for him. So he walked over the groats and sat down close to the edge of the butter. As long as he ate from the plate, all went well. However, when a large bowl of porridge came in later, he couldn't reach it again. But he knew what to do, and sat on the broad edge. When they sat down at the table, Däumerling took his place next to the princess. But he was in trouble, for when he tried to reach for the food, he could not even touch the plate, and would have surely gotten no bite if the princess had not taken him from the chair and placed him on the table. 15. Then the princess took a large spoonful of groats, and wanted to dip them into the butter. But she missed, and she bumped into Little Thumb, who fell into the butter and drowned. Hakon Barkbeard. Once there was a king's daughter, so proud and haughty that no suitor was good enough for her. She made fun of everyone and gave one after another a bucket. One day, a prince also came, named Hakon Barkbeard, and courted her. Nevertheless, suitors always came, because the witch was extraordinarily beautiful. But then, in the evening, the princess told the court jester to go and cut off one of the prince's horse's ears and slit open its mouth all the way to both ears. So the court jester did. "No," she said, "I have never seen anything like this in my whole life." When the prince intended to go out the next day, the princess stood at the window and looked out. There came a north wind and tore off one horse's ears, and the other laughed so violently that it stretched its mouth to its ears, and with that she ran inside and sent the prince away. He now returned home, but he thought to himself that he would take revenge. He grew a long beard of moss, put on a white leather skirt, and dressed like a beggar. When the princess came to the window, she opened it immediately, and asked him if he did not want to sell her the golden tunic. Then he bought a golden tunic from a goldsmith, and putting it on one morning under the princess's window, he began to file it, for the tunic was not yet entirely finished, nor had any sewing been done on it. "If you let me sleep before your chamber door this night, then I will take him." "No, he is not for sale," said Hakon Borkenbart, "but that may be." Yes, that, thought the princess, would be a cheap purchase, and the matter was not so dangerous. Hutetututu. She now got the petticoat, and in the evening Hakon Borkenbart lay down outside her chamber door. But when night came, he began to freeze horribly. "It's so cold here." "Ah, hutetutetu. It's so cold," he cried. "Let me in at least." "I think you are mad," said the princess. "Let me in at least," begged Hakon Borkenbart. "Oh, hutetutetu. Shh, be quiet," said the princess. "For if my father hears that there is a man here, then I am absolutely miserable. How I'm freezing." "Let me in and let me lie on the ground," said Hakon Borkenbart. It was no other counsel now. The princess must admit him, and thereupon he lay down on the floor in her chamber and fell asleep. Some days afterwards Hakon also came with the rack, and sat again under the window of the princess, and began to file it. For the rack was not yet quite finished. As soon as the princess perceived him, she opened the window again and asked him what he wanted. "Oh, it is only the rack for the spinning wheel that you bought me recently," he answered, "for I thought if you had the wheel, you could also use the rack for it." "What do you want for it, then?" the princess inquired. "It's not for sale," he said, "but if you let me sleep on the floor in your chamber tonight, you shall have it." "Yes, with pleasure," the princess replied, "but you need not freeze and say hututu again." She asked him again what he wanted for the spool. "No, that's not what he wants." But as night fell, he started groaning and shivering and exclaimed, "The princess is again filled with fear," and she had to allow him to lie close to the ground right next to her bed, so that the king would not notice, and so he slept peacefully through the night. After that it took a long time before Hakon Barkenbeard made his presence known again. Finally, however, one morning, the princess noticed him once more sitting under her window, sharpening a golden spool of thread. "It's not up for sale," he said, "but if you let me sleep in your chamber with my head at your bed this night, then you can have it." "Hutatu." "Yes, that would be fine," said the princess. if he just stays quiet and doesn't make such a noise again. No, that's certainly not what he wanted, said Hakon Borkenbard, but when night fell, he started humming and shivering again, his teeth chattering in his mouth. It's so cold. I think you're crazy, replied the princess. Please let me sleep in your bed and warm up a bit, said Hakon Borkenbard. Hutatutu. Please let me sleep in your bed. Shh, for heaven's sake. Hutetu. Just be quiet, said the princess, for if my father hears that there's a man inside, I fear he'll take my life. Let me sleep in your bed, said Hakon Borkenbard, shivering so hard that the walls shook. There was no other choice. The princess had to let him into her bed, and so he slept peacefully through the night. Some time later, the princess gave birth to a small child, and the king became so angry that he almost killed them both. One day, however, Hakon Brokenheart returned to the castle disguised as a beggar, just like before, and peered into the kitchen. When the princess recognized him, she said to him, "Ah, God comfort me, because of the misfortune you have caused me. My father is so angry with me that he wants to tear his hair out. It's best if you take me away from here right now." "But you're clearly too used to comfort," Hakon Brokenheart replied. "I only have a tiny hut and don't know how I'll feed you, as I already have enough to struggle on my own." So the beggar took her and the child with him, but they had a very long way to go, and the princess found walking extremely unpleasant. "It makes no difference to me whether it's good or bad for you," the princess said. "Just take me with you, because if I stay here any longer, my father will certainly kill me." As they now left the realm of their father and journeyed to another land, the princess asked the beggar, "To whom does this kingdom belong?" "Ah, it belongs to Hakon Borkenbard," replied the beggar. "Oh, well," said the princess, "I should have taken him, then I would not now be here as a beggar girl." And whenever they came upon a beautiful castle, or forest, or farm, the princess would always ask, "Whose is this?" And the beggar would always answer, "It belongs to Hakon Borkenbard." The princess wept and lamented constantly that she had not taken him, but now it was too late. Finally, they arrived at a small hut nestled close to a forest, and that, said the beggar, would be his home. "'T last long." From the hut, one could see the royal castle in the distance, and there, said the beggar, he wanted to look for work, as he was already known there. Claimed, and when he then returned home in the evening, he always brought some food with him, but it did no. One evening, as he came back from the castle, he said, "Tomorrow I will stay at home and wait for the child, but you must go to the castle, for the princess said that you should help with the baking." "Oh, how am I supposed to help with the baking?" said the king's daughter. "I have never done that in my life." "But you still need to go," said Hakon Borkenbard, "because the prince has commanded it." "No, I can't steal," said the princess. "If you can't bake either, you can still learn. Just watch carefully how others do it, and when you leave, secretly take a few loaves with you." "You must learn," said Hakon Barkbeard, "for you know we are barely getting by, but be careful of the prince, for he has eyes everywhere." After she left, Hakon took a direct path, so he arrived at the castle long before her. There, he cast off his rags and mossy beard and put on his prince's clothes again. The princess now helped with the baking, and when it was finished, she did as Hakon had told her, stuffing all her pockets with bread. But when she wanted to go home in the evening, the prince said, "We don't really know this woman, so it's best that we check if she hasn't taken anything." With this, he searched all her bags, and when he found the brooch, he became incredibly angry and kept a strict vigil. The princess wept and pleaded, saying, "My husband commanded me to do it, so I had no choice but to." "Yes, you shall face dire consequences," said the prince, "but for your husband's sake I may spare you." After she left, Hakon quickly discarded his prince's attire, putting back on his leather pants and sticking his mossy beard back in place. Before she even reached the hut, he was already there, waiting for the child. "Yes, you tempted me to do something I regret," she said. "It was the first time I ever stole, but it will also be the last." And with that she told him how it had gone, and what the prince had said. "Oh, how am I supposed to make sausages?" said the princess. "I don't understand. I can eat them, but I've never made them before." A few days later, when Hakon returned from the castle in the evening, he said, "Tomorrow I will stay home and wait for the child, for you must go back to the castle and help with the slaughtering and making of sausages." Hakon replied that she absolutely had to go, as the prince had commanded. She should just pay close attention to how others did it, he said, and when she left, she should secretly take a few sausages. No, I can't steal again, she said. You know what happened last time. You have to learn, said Hakon. It's not always bad. As she had left, Hakon Borkenbart took the direct path and arrived at the castle long before her. There, he quickly shed his leather coat and mossy beard, and when she reached the kitchen, he was already standing there in his prince's attire. The princess now assisted him with butchering and making sausages, and once they were finished, as Hakon had instructed, she stuffed all her pockets with sausages. But when she wanted to go home that evening, the prince said, "This beggar woman has been thieving lately, so it's best we check if she hasn't stolen anything else," and he started examining all her pockets. When he found the sausages, he became extremely angry, conducted a thorough search, and threatened her, saying he would send her to the village judge. "No, oh God, no. Just let me go," she pleaded. "My husband told me to," and she wept and complained bitterly. "It should really be bad for you," said Hakon Borkenbart, "but for your husband's sake, it may be forgiven you." She told him how it had gone with her, and swore heavily that it would be the last time she would steal. After she left, the prince quickly cast off his clothes and wrapped himself again in his rags, then took the path to the gallows, and when she returned home, Hakon was already in the hut. Oh, her in size and everything. Some time later, when Hakon returned from the castle one evening, he said, "Now the prince wants to hold a wedding, but the bride has fallen ill, so that the tailor cannot take her measurements for the bridal gown, and therefore the prince wants you to come to the castle and let yourself be measured instead of her, because he says you are similar teeth." "No, I can't steal," she said. "You know what happened to me last time. If, however, they have taken your measure, do not leave immediately, but pay attention to how the tailor cuts the fabric, and then surreptitiously take the largest pieces and bring them to me for a pickle hob." "You have to learn," he replied. "It's not always bad luck." Although she thought it was a terrible idea, she did as he had told her and snatched some of the largest pieces, tucking them into her pocket. As she was about to leave, the prince said, "We must check if this woman hasn't played long fingers again," and so he examined all her pockets. When he found the stolen items, he became so angry that he made such a racket that it cannot be described. The princess wept, begged, and pleaded, saying, "Ah, my husband had commanded me to do it. That's why I had no choice. Oh God, help me. Yes, you should be feeling unwell, but for your husband's sake it may be forgiven," said Hakon Borkenbart, and now it happened just as it had before. When the princess arrived at the hut, Hakon Borkenbart was already there again. She exclaimed, "I will indeed be unhappy for your sake, for you always want me to have what is unsuitable." The prince was so bitterly angry this time that he threatened me with the village judge and prison. Some time later, Hakon said as he returned from the castle in the evening, "So be ready to go to the castle tomorrow. Now the prince wants you to come to the castle and present the bride, because the rightful bride is still ill and bedridden. But the prince insists on having a wedding, and he says that you resemble his bride so much that no one can tell you apart. I believe both of you have lost your minds, you and the prince," she said. "Do I look like a bride who can be presented? No beggar woman can look worse than I do." "Nonsense," responded Hakon Borkenbart, "but that's what the prince wants." Now there was no other choice but for her to leave, and when she arrived at the castle, she was so beautifully dressed and prepared that no princess could look more majestic. They then went to church, where she presented the bride, and upon their return, music, dance, and all sorts of merriment took place at the castle. As the king's daughter danced with the prince in the best style, she saw a bright light through the window, and when she looked, the hut was on fire. "Anwar, Kinder, June, Anway. Oh, the hut, the beggar, my child," she cried, nearly fainting. "Here is the beggar, and there is your child," said Hakon Borkenbart. "So let the hut be damned." Then the king's daughter recognized him, and now the true desire arose. Afterwards I heard nothing more from them. 16. The Master-Maid. There was once a king who had several sons, but I cannot say for certain how many there were. So after having traveled for several days, he arrived at a giant castle, and there he became a servant of the giant. When the youngest grew up, he found no peace at home, but wanted to go by all means into the world and try his luck. He did not stop begging his father until he finally granted him permission to travel. The other morning, the giant got up early to tend to his goats, but he commanded the prince to clean out the stable in the meantime. "And when you're done," he said, "then your work for today is finished, for you must know that you've come to a good Lord. But whatever I tell you, you must perform faithfully and neatly, and then you may not enter any of the rooms where you have not yet been. If you do, it will cost you your life." "Yes, indeed," said the prince when the giant had left. "He is truly a good lord." And he walked back and forth in the room, singing and laughing, for he thought that cleaning out the stable would take some time. Here hung a cauldron from the ceiling and boiled, but the prince of the kingdom saw no fire beneath it. "What may be inside? But I do wish to know what's in the other rooms," he said. "There must be something special, because he has forbidden me so strictly to go into them." And with that he quickly entered the first of the rooms. "A fine soup," he said. "If anyone tasted it, they would certainly look quite silly," he thought, and dipped one of his gloves into it, and the glove became as if it were made entirely of copper. Then he went to another room, where there hung a cauldron from the ceiling that was also boiling, but with no fire beneath it. "I must try this one too," said the prince of the kingdom, and he dipped his glove into it again, and now the glove became entirely silvered. "Such an expensive soup is not served in my father's castle," said the prince of the kingdom. "The only question is how it tastes." "By thunder," said the prince's son, "is gold being cooked here?" Upon this he entered the third room, and there too hung a cauldron from the ceiling and boiled, just as in the other two rooms, and the prince's son got a desire to try that one too, and dipped his glove back into it, and it became so perfectly gilded that it only sparkled. What might they be cooking inside? And with that, he went into the fourth room. "For heaven's sake, what do you want here?" There was no cauldron to be seen, but on the bench sat a maiden, certainly a princess, but whatever kind of man's daughter she may have been, the prince's son had never seen her equal in beauty. She cried as soon as she noticed him. "I have been here on duty since yesterday," replied the prince's son. "May God aid you in the service you are found here," she said. "But how do you plan to start?" "Ah, I think I've gotten a good lord," said the king's son. "He hasn't given me any heavy work today. If I clean out the stable, I can call it a day." She asked, "For if you clean like other people usually do, for every shovelful that you throw out, 10 more will come back in. But I'll tell you how to do it. You just need to turn the shovel around and use the handle to sweep everything out. Then it will fly right out." As evening approached, she said to him, "Now it's best for you to clean out the stable before the giant returns home." "Yes, that's what I was already careful about," replied the king's son, and he stayed with the princess, let's call her that, for the rest of the day, because they had quickly agreed to marry each other. And so the king's son's first day, serving the giant, didn't last very long, you can believe it. For after a while of sweeping, there was almost no space left in the stable where he could stand. When the boy entered the stable, he wanted to see if it was truly as the princess had told him, and began cleaning out the way he had seen his father's stable boys do. But he soon had to stop, so he cleaned out as the princess had taught him. He turned the shovel upside down and swept with the handle, and in no time at all, the stable was as clean as if it had been swept and polished. Having finished, he returned to the room the giant had assigned to him, and went back and forth, singing and dancing. "Yes, sir, it's clean," replied the prince. Finally, the giant with the goats returned home, and the first question he asked the prince was, "Have you cleaned out the stall yet?" "I'd like to see that," said the giant, and went into the stall, but it was as the prince had said. "Master's maiden? You must have spoken with my master's maiden," said the giant, "for that didn't come from you." "Who is she?" asked the prince, acting silly. "I'd like to see her." "Into the forest." "You'll see her soon enough," replied the giant. "Indeed, you are a good master." And so he went back to her again. When, the next morning, the giant drove the goats out to pasture again, he told the prince of the king to bring his horse home from the stable, and, once he had done so, he could go. "For you have come to a good master," he said again. "But if you have come to a good master," he said again, "enter any one of the rooms I have forbidden you, I'll turn your neck." And with that he drove his herd. Said the prince of the king, But I would still like to speak to the maid once more. Perhaps she might even now become mine as she is yours." She asked him what the giant had commanded him to do that day. "But how are you going to start?" asked the master maiden. "Oh, it's no hard task," he said. "I am only supposed to bring the horse out of the stable." "Oh, it's not really an art to bring a horse from the stable," said the prince, "for I believe I have ridden many swift horses." "But the matter is not so easy," she replied. "However, I will teach you how to do it. As soon as you see the horse, it will gallop towards you. But be careful then, and take the bit hanging by the door, and throw it into its mouth, and it will become instantly so tame that you can do whatever you want with it." Idun reminding him in the evening, and telling him it would be best to go get the horse now, before the giant returned home. Yes, he'd been careful to do that, said the prince, and he stayed inside with the master maiden all day, chatting about this and that, and how wonderful and happy they would live once they were free from the giant's power, and married to each other. And certainly the prince would have forgotten about the horse and stable, if not for the master ma. As the boy finished, he went back to his room, and there he walked up and down and sang and talked loudly. So he did. He took the bit hanging by the door and ran to the stable. Soon enough, the horse arrived, snorting fire and flames from both nostrils, as patient as a lamb, and it was no great feat to lead it back to the stall. When the giant returned home with the goats, his first question was, "Did you also bring the horse from the stable?" "Yes, sir," replied the prince. "It was a wonderful horse to ride, but I brought it safely to the stables." "I want to see that for myself," said the giant, and went into the stables, but there stood the horse just as the prince had described. "You must have spoken with my master's maid," said the giant, "for that came not from yourself. I would like to see her." "You spoke yesterday of your master's maid, and again today," said the prince, acting quite stupid and simple. "What sort of a person is she, sir?" "You will see her soon enough," replied he. When she asked him what task the giant had given him for the day, he said that he had commanded him to go to hell and bring back the burnt offerings. As the giant drove his goats into the forest on the third morning, he said to the king's son, "Today you shall go to hell and bring back the burnt offerings. And when you have done that, you can go home, for you have come to a good master. No, this." "And how do you propose to start?" asked the maidservant. "Yes, I believe it," said the king's son, after the giant had left. "A good master though you may be, these are still unpleasant tasks you assign to me, but I want to speak once again with your maidservant. You say she belongs to you, but perhaps she belongs to you. Will tell me what I must do instead." And he went back inside to the maidservant. "Yes, you must tell me," replied the king's son, "for I have not yet been to hell, and even if I knew the way there, I don't know how much I should demand." The boy got up and did as the maiden-in-chief had told him, going to the rock behind the pasture, taking the club, and hitting the wall. "Yes, I will help you well," answered the master maiden. "You must go to the rock over there behind the pasture, and take the block that lies there and knock on the rock wall. Then someone is sure to come out. It will just make a hissing noise, too. Him you must give your commission. And if he asks you how much you want, just say, 'As much as I can.' Carry." Yes, that was something he had already been careful about, said the king's son, and now he stayed with the master maiden until evening, and he would have liked to stay there longer, if she had not reminded him that he must go to hell and get the burnt treasure before the giant returned home. At once someone came out, whose eyes and nose were spitting sparks. "What do you want?" he cried. "I am to greet the giant and demand his hoard for him," replied the prince. "How much do you want?" asked the other. "I ask nothing more than I can carry," answered the prince. "It was lucky for you that you did not ask for an entire load of it," said he who had come from the rock wall. "But now come in here, and I will pay you out the hoard." "Have you been to hell and brought back the treasure?" asked the giant. As the giant with the goats returned home that evening, the prince walked up and down in the room, as he had done the 2 previous evenings, singing and laughing. The prince went in with him, and there he saw as much gold and silver in the mountain as stones on the earth. He received a garment so large that he could only carry it, and thus he continued on his way. "Yes, sir," replied the prince. "Where is it?" asked the giant. "There's a sack of gold right there on the bench," said the prince. "Let me see it," said the giant, and when he looked, there was a sack so full that coins of gold and silver spilled out as soon as the giant slightly loosened the string. "You must have spoken to my master's maid," said the giant. "If so, I'll break your neck." "What sort of a woman is she, sir?" "Your master's maid," said the prince. "You've been talking about your master's maid yesterday and the day before, and here you're at it again today? I'd like to see her." "Yes, just wait until tomorrow. Then you shall be able to see her," said the giant. "Thank you very much," said the prince, "but it is probably just a joke, sir." The next day the giant went with him into the room where the master maiden was. Then she took all the old rags, shoe soles, and other junk she could find and threw it into the pot. "Now you must slaughter him and cook him in the large pot for me for lunch, and when the soup is ready, you can call me," he said to her, and lay down on the bench. And while he lay there snoring so loudly that the old mountain shook, the master maiden took a knife, cut the boy's finger, and let 3 drops of blood flow onto the bench. When they had traveled some distance, they reached the sea, and there they set sail. But how they got to the ship, I never quite managed to learn. She also took a whole box full of powdered gold, a salt stone, a water bottle hanging by the door, a golden apple, and 2 golden chickens, and then both of them left as quickly as they could. When the giant had slept for a good while, he began to stretch himself. "Isn't the food ready yet?" he asked. "Just started," said the first drop of blood on the bench. He lay down again and fell into a deeper sleep. After a while, he started stretching once more. "Is the food ready now?" he inquired, but without looking up, just as he had done before, for he was still half asleep. "Half done," replied the second drop of blood. Yet the giant thought it was the maid who spoke, so he turned over and dozed off again. After many hours of sleeping consecutively, he finally stirred and began to move and stretch. "Is it ready now?" he asked. "Perfectly ready," said the third drop of blood. The giant sat up and rubbed his eyes, but he could not see the maid anywhere, so he called out her name. He received no answer. She must have gone out for a moment, he thought, and took a spoon and filled it from the cauldron to taste the food. But there was nothing but sole leather and rags, and such things in it, all mixed together, so that he could not tell whether it was fish or flesh. "I know what to do," he said. "I will just call my sea-sucker." When he realized this, he could well imagine how matters stood, and became so angry that he did not know which leg to stand on. He hurried after the prince and the maid immediately, and it did not take long before he reached the water's edge, but he could not swim across. As soon as the sea-sucker arrived, he lay down on the ground and drank 3 times deeply, and then the sea became so much smaller that the giant could see the maid and the prince on the ship. "Now you must throw out the salt stone," said the master maiden, and when the king's son had done so, suddenly there rose across the sea a mountain so high that the giant could not go over, and the sea monster could help him no more. "I already have a plan," said the giant, and he took his mountain drill, with which he drilled a large hole through the mountain, so that the sea monster could drink again. When the master maiden realized this, she told the king's son to pour 1 or 2 drops from the bottle, and when he did so, the sea was filled once more. Before the sea monster could take another good drink, they were already on land, and thus they were saved. "The way is not long, and I will be back soon." "Oh no, don't do that." A monk's son wanted to bring the maid in training to his father's castle, but he thought it would not be fitting for her to walk, so he told her, "Wait here for a while. I am going home to get the 7 horses that stand in my father's stable, for I do not want my bride to arrive at the castle on foot." She replied, "For when you reach your father's castle, you will quickly forget about me." "How could I ever forget you," said the prince, "when we have endured so much hardship together and love each other so dearly?" He wanted and had to go home to get a carriage and the 7 horses, and she was to wait for him there by the river bank for as long as it took. And since he absolutely would not change his mind, in the end the maid in training had to give in. "Le bit of what is offered to you. If you do, it will make both you and me unhappy." "But," she said, "when you reach the castle, you don't even need to take time to greet anyone. Just go straight to the stable and have the horses hitched to the carriages, then leave as quickly as you can. For they will all be very curious and gather up around you. But you must act as if you don't notice them at all. And then you must not enjoy a sing. the king's son promised her that he would follow every word she had told him, and assured her that she need not fear that he could ever forget her. Kay out the horses, and wanted to harness them in front of the carriage. However, when the king's son arrived in the castle courtyard, one of his brothers was having a wedding, and the bride and all the guests were already there, and everyone gathered around him, asking him this and that, and insisting on accompanying him into the castle. But he acted as if he didn't notice them at all, went straight to the stables, too. Then the prince picked up the apple from the ground and took a bite. Since they could not in any way persuade him to go with them into the castle, they brought him food and drink, all the best that had been prepared for the wedding. But the king's son did not touch a single bite, but quickly went about harnessing the horses to the carriage. But finally the sister of the bride rolled an apple across the courtyard towards him. "If you absolutely do not want to enjoy anything," she said, "then at least take a bite of this apple, for you must be hungry and thirsty from your long journey." But as soon as he had done so, he entirely forgot about the master-maiden and his intention to seek her out. "Am I mad?" he said to himself. "What use do I have for the horses and the carriage?" So he led the horses back to the stable and went with the others to the castle. Not long after, it came to pass that he was to marry the sister of the bride, the very same who had rolled the apple towards him. Meanwhile, the master-maiden sat by the river-bank, waiting 7 long and 7 wide hours, but no prince appeared. But it was unclean and dirty inside, like a pigsty. At last she left, and, as she walked a little way, she came to a small hut, quite isolated in a forest, not far from the king's castle. She went inside and asked for shelter. Inside, however, sat an old woman who owned the hut, and she was a dreadful and loathsome troll, who at first refused to have anything to do with the young master. But finally, after much persuasion, she allowed her to stay for money and kind words. The young master said she wanted to spruce up the hut a bit, so that it would look presentable like other honest people's homes. But the old woman did not care, and began to scold and rage, becoming utterly enraged. Despite this, the young master took out her shrine, and threw a handful of gold flour into the fireplace. Suddenly it flared up brightly, and a red beam shot through the entire hut, goldening everything inside and out. When the old woman saw this, she became so angry that she thought she would burst, and ran out of the hut as if the devil were behind her. But she forgot to bow, and smashed her skull against the doorpost. "But do you also have money?" asked the mistress-maiden. "Yes, I do have enough money," he said, "and I will go get it right away." The next morning the schoolmaster passed by. He was completely amazed at the golden hut shining in the forest. When he went inside and saw the beautiful maiden, he became even more surprised, and he fell instantly in love with her, so much so that he asked for her hand in marriage. In the evening he came back and brought a whole sackful, which she placed on the bench. Yes, because she wanted so much money, the mistress-maiden took it, and they went to bed together. However, as soon as they had lain down, the master-maid wanted to get up again, for she had forgotten to light the fire in the fireplace, she said. "Oh, protect me," said the schoolmaster. "Should I rise for that?" "Of course I will," and with that he sprang out of bed and ran to the fireplace. "Tell me when you've touched the tongs," said the master-maid. "Now I've touched them," said the schoolmaster. "Did not go out, and the ash did not get colder. So may God grant that you hold on to them, and that you stand there all night long, with coal and ash falling over your head until dawn," said the master-maid, and as she spoke, the schoolmaster stood before the fireplace and raked coal and ash over his head throughout the entire night, and no matter how much he wept, pleaded, or raked the coals, only in the morning, as day broke, did the ash-raker release him. But now he stayed not a moment longer in the hut, but departed as if the devil were behind him. And all who met him stared at him and laughed, for he behaved as though he were mad, and looked no less shameful, even after being tanned and beaten. "Yes," said the master's maiden once again, "she would have him if only he had good money." The following day, the official passed by. He also saw the cottage gleaming in the forest, and when he entered to see who dwelt there, upon catching sight of the beautiful maiden, he fell even more deeply in love with her than the schoolmaster, and the schoolmaster eagerly set about wooing her. "Yes," replied the scribe, "I have plenty of money, and I will go fetch it at once." Then nothing more stood in their way, and they got into bed. In the evening he arrived with a large, heavy sacking, certain it held 2 sheaves, and placed it on the bench. But barely had they laid down when the maid forgot to close the door, and so she wanted to get up again. "Ah, beware," said the clerk. "Shall you do that?" "I have." "Tell me," cried the maid, "if you've touched the door." "No, just stay lying there," he answered, and leapt out of bed as light as a pea on birch bark, and ran out onto the floor. Shouted the clerk on the floor, "May God grant that you hold it fast, and that you both go to and fro all night until daybreak." All the people who met him looked at him and laughed, for he flew off as if he were mad, and looked even worse than if the goats had kept him all night. Said the maiden, "And now the scribe had to dance with the door forward and backward all night, but such a waltz he had never done before, and it didn't bother him afterward to do it again. Sometimes he was in front, and sometimes the door moving, from the post to the wall and back again, so that the scribe came near to killing himself. At first he started cursing, then crying and begging. But all this did not bother the door at all, but held firm until daybreak. Only then did it let him go, and the scribe jumped up and ran away as if for money. He forgot both his freedom and the gold bag, and was only glad that the door didn't follow him. On the 3rd day the official passed by. Upon catching a glimpse of the golden hut, he wanted to go in and see who lived there. "I certainly have enough," declared the official, and went straight home to fetch it. After seeing the master maiden inside and barely greeting her, he fell instantly in love with her, and immediately asked for her hand in marriage. The master maiden responded to him just as she did to the others. If he had good money, then perhaps she would accept him. When he returned that evening, he brought a larger sack than the scribe's. It surely contained 3 measures, and placed it on the bench. No, the rooster. Now everything seemed in order. He was set to marry the master maiden. However, just as they were getting ready for bed, the master maiden said she had forgotten to let the calf out and wanted to get up again. That's what she shouldn't do. But that's what he wanted to do, said the official, and he, as fat and round as he was, out of bed as lightly as if he had been a young lad. "Tell me," said the head maid, "if you hold the calf by the tail." "I am holding it now," cried the official. When it became light, the official was almost in mud, and only then did the calf let go of him. By then, however, he had completely forgotten his freedom and his money bag. He left it a little gentler at first, as the writer and the schoolmaster did, but the more stealthily he advanced, the more time people had to watch him and laugh. "May God grant that you hold the tail, and him, and you may ride around the world until dawn," said the head maid, and as soon as she had spoken, the calf set off with the official over stocks and stones, mountains and valleys. The next day a double wedding was to be celebrated in the castle for both princes, namely the eldest and the youngest, who had been with the giant, because he was supposed to marry the sister of his brother's bride, and both couples were to be married at the same time in the church. So they immediately sent someone to the maiden, and they asked her to lend them the iron that the schoolmaster had mentioned. The maiden did not refuse, but gave the messenger her iron, and now they had a watch that didn't break. As they now stood there completely dejected and unable to move, the schoolmaster said, since he had also been invited to the wedding, as you know, "There's a maiden who lives in the forest. Just send someone to ask her for this iron. I'm certain it won't break." However, when they climbed into the carriage and tried to leave the castle courtyard, one of the wooden posts broke. They then took another, but that also broke. After that, they took a 3rd one, but nothing helped them, because no matter what kind of wood they chose, none of them held. Immediately they sent someone back to the maiden, and asked her to lend them the half-door that the clerk had mentioned, which they eventually received. When they tried to drive out of the castle courtyard, the carriage floor suddenly broke, and however many times they made a new floor, or whatever kind of wood they chose, it was all in vain, for whenever they wanted to leave the courtyard, it split them apart again, leaving them even worse off than before with the guardwood. Finally, the clerk said for the mayor was present, so one can imagine the clerk could not be absent. "There is a maiden who lives in the forest. If she would just lend you her golden half-door, I am certain it will not break." Now everything was good, and they wanted to go to church after. But the horses were not able to move the carriage. They had already used 6 horses before. Hard the coachman whipped, nothing helped. The carriage did not budge. It was already quite late, and they wanted and had to go to church, and since they saw no possibility of leaving, they were all close to despair. The head maiden also said no this time, but immediately gave the messenger the calf. They now claimed that it wouldn't look nice to go to church with a calf, but there was no other choice. They had to send someone back to the Virgin and ask if they could borrow the calf, of which the official had spoken. But finally, the official said that there was a maiden who lived in that forest who had a calf, and if they could just borrow the calf, he said, it would pull the carriage, even if it was as heavy as a mountain. On their way back it was even faster, and they nearly lost consciousness when they arrived back at the castle courtyard. Indeed, the king thought so too, and he immediately sent 5 of his men to the gilded hut with a greeting from him, and asked the maiden if she would be so kind as to come to the castle and have lunch there. Once they had it harnessed, the carriage sped off over fields and stones, through bushes and brambles, making them barely able to breathe. Soon they were on the ground, and then in the air, and as they reached the church, the carriage flew around the church as fast as a spinning top, and they only managed to get down safely with great difficulty. When they had taken their seats at table, the prince, who had been at the giant castle, said it was only right that they should also invite the maiden who had lent them the ash rake, the half-door, and the calf, for without these 3 things, he said, we would not have made our way. So the king had to go himself, and the maiden followed him at once. But the maiden replied, just send my greetings back to the king, and tell him that if he thinks himself too honored to come to me, I also consider myself much too honored to go to him. But the king well might think she was more than she seemed, and therefore placed her at the head of the table next to the youngest groom. After they had sat a while, the maid-in-chief took out the rooster, the hen, and the golden apple, which 3 things she had brought from the giant's castle, and put them before her on the table. And immediately the rooster and hen began to fight over the golden apple. Just look how they are fighting for the golden apple, said the prince. Yes, we both had to struggle to get out of the mountain, replied the maid-in-chief. So present, and held out until the end. 17. Well done and poorly rewarded. Then the king's son recognized her again, and his joy was indescribable. But the troll witch, who had rolled the golden apple to him, he had torn to pieces with 24 horses, so that not a scrap remained whole of her. And now the true wedding began. And the steward and the scribe and the official, although they had burned their wings, were allied. There once was a man who drove a sledge into the forest and wanted to get some wood. Then he encountered a bear. Oh, God help me, said the man. Give me your horse, or else I will tear all your sheep this summer, said the bear. I have no firewood left in the house. Just let me drive this sledge home first, for otherwise we will all freeze to death. On his way, he met the fox. The man now drove his wood home, but he was not very pleased with the agreement, as one can well imagine. No. The bear let him go. But if he did not return, he said, then all his sheep should be destroyed in summer. Why are you so sad? Asked the fox. Yes, that would be welcome, replied the man, and gave his word to the fox. Just that, said the fox. If you give me the fattest kid from your stall, I will free you from the bear. Ah, I encountered the bear in the forest, said the man, and I had to promise him to bring my horse to him tomorrow at this time. Otherwise he threatened to tear all my sheep apart this summer, he added. If you come tomorrow with your horse to the bear, said the fox, I will howl up there on the mountain, and when the bear asks, what is that? Oh, then you should say, this is Peter the archer, the best hunter in all the land, and afterward you will help yourself. So on the following day, when the man arrived with his horse at the bear's lair in the forest, they soon heard laughter from the top of the mountain. Listen, said the bear. What is that? The man replied, it's Peter the archer, the best hunter in all the land. I recognize his voice. No, said the bear. Didn't you see any bears here, Eric? Called a voice through the forest. I didn't see any bears, echoed Eric. But what is that standing next to you? Asked the voice. Just an old birch trunk, said Eric. It's just an old birch trunk, whispered the bear. We often throw these trunks onto our sleds, declared the voice. If you can't manage, I'll come and help you. No, thank you. Say, you can help yourself, and put me on the sled, said the bear. I can help myself, said the man, and he threw the bear onto the sled. No, thank you. I can help myself, said the man, binding the bear tight with all the ropes he had, so that he couldn't move a limb. "We usually secure these tree trunks with a rope later on," called out a voice from the forest. "Shall I help you?" Say, you can help yourself and tie me up," said the bear. "Act as if you were chopping your axe into me," whispered the bear. "And later on, when we've tied them up, we usually chop at these old tree trunks with our axes," called out a voice from the forest. "Then we steer better over the great mountains." Then Reineke came out, and they became good friends with each other. So the man took his axe and split the bear's skull with it, so that he didn't make a sound anymore. The man gave him his word and thanked him for his help, and when he had put his horse in the stable, he went over to the sheepfold. "Where are you going?" asked his wife. As they were not far from the farm, the fox said, "I don't want to follow you any more because I can't stand your dogs, but I'll wait here for you, then you can bring me the goat. Take one that is good and fat." "Oh, I'm just going to the sheepfold to get a fat goat for the fox who saved my horse," said the man, "because I promised him. The hangman should give a goat to the scoundrel." "No," she said, "put a couple of your worst dogs in the sack and send them after him. Then we might get rid of that old rascal," said the woman. "We have our horse and bear, and the fox has certainly stolen more geese from us than the goat is worth, and if he hasn't done it yet, he can surely do it." This seemed good advice to the man, and he put 2 of his worst dogs in the sack and went on his way. "Have you got the buck?" asked the fox. 18. "Yes, come and take it," said the man, opened his sack and let the dogs out. "Poof!" said the fox and made a dash. It's true, as an old proverb says, well done is ill rewarded, and he turned on his heels while the dogs ran after him. Faithful and unfaithful. Once upon a time there were 2 brothers, one called Faithful and the other Unfaithful. Faithful was always good and honest to everyone, but Unfaithful was evil and full of lies, so that no one could rely on his word. The mother was a widow, and had barely enough to live on. So when her sons grew up, they had to migrate to foreign lands to earn their bread, and she gave each of them a knapsack filled with food for the journey. As they'd been traveling for a long time by the time evening fell, they sat down under a tree in the forest that had been knocked down by a storm, and each took out his knapsack. "Shall we eat from your sack first?" said Unfaithful. "As long as there's anything left in it, then we'll eat from mine." Yes, Faithful was content to open his knapsack, and they began to eat. But all the best and most delicious portions Unfaithful stuffed into himself, while Faithful only got the tough pieces and charred bark. In the morning, Faithful was again the host, and in the afternoon as well, but by then his knapsack was completely empty. As they had walked for so long until it became evening again and hunger set in, True wanted to share his brother's snacks. But Unfaithful said the food was his, and he had nothing more than what he needed. "But I let you eat from my snack pack as long as there was some left," True replied. "Why then were you such a fool and did that?" Unfaithful retorted. "Now go lick your wounds if you have nothing else. Unfaithful, you say, and unfaithful you are, and that's been your way all your life," True said. When Unfaithful heard this, he flew into a rage, ran at his brother, and gouged out his eyes. "Now you can see which ones are loyal and which are unloyal, you blind fool," he exclaimed before leaving. Poor True wandered about the dense forest blind and alone, unsure of what to do next. "If the birds are singing tomorrow, then it's day," he thought, "and then I must make sure I move on." Finally, he came to a large lime tree and climbed up it, merely to spend the night in safety from wild animals. They now began to eat and drink and made merry. And after they had finished, they sat down and chatted with one another. But after sitting there for a while, he heard someone come under the tree and start cooking and frying. And it didn't take long before more arrived, and when they greeted each other, he heard that it was the bear, wolf, fox, and hare who wanted to celebrate St. John's Day. Then the fox said, "Let us tell each other stories." The proposal was welcomed, and the bear started first, for he was the most dignified. "Yes," said the wolf, "the King of England also has a deaf-mute daughter, but if he knew what I know, she would be helped soon, for last year when she went to the evening meal, she spat out the altar bread, and then a big frog swallowed it. The King of England," he said, "has bad eyes. He can barely see an arm's length in front of him. But if he were to climb up this lime tree in the morning, when dew is sitting on the leaves, and rub his eyes with it, he would learn to see just as with it. well as he ever could. If they were to dig under the floor in church now, they would find the frog, for it sits under the altar, and the bread is still stuck in its throat. And if they cut up the frog and give the bread to the princess to eat, she would learn to hear and give princess to eat, speak just as well as other people. Yes, yes, said the fox. If the King of England knew what I know, he would not have such bad water in his castle yard, for under the great stone in the middle of the yard is the clearest spring water one could wish for, if only he were so smart and dug there. Well, it's already late at night, said the fox, and we had better go home, and with that they all went their separate ways. Then he went straight to the castle of the King of England and asked for work, which he obtained. Yes, said the hare. The King of England has the most beautiful fruit garden in all the land, but he does not pick an apple from it, because a heavy golden chain circles the garden 3 times. If he were to dig it up, it would be the most beautiful garden in the whole realm. As soon as they were gone, True, who had been sitting on top of the linden tree, fell asleep immediately. But when, at dawn, the birds began to sing, he awoke again, and now he took some dew that was sitting on the leaves and wiped his eyes with it. And after doing this, he could see as well as before, until Untrue had betrayed him. One day, the king came out into the courtyard, and after walking up and down for a while, he wanted to drink something from his well, as it was very hot that day. But when they drew the water up, it was completely muddy and cloudy. The king became angry and said, I'm the only one in my kingdom who has bad water on his courtyard, and yet I have to draw it far below mountains and valleys. Surely, said he to him, if you would only lend me a few men to help me split the great stone that lies in your courtyard, I shall have pure and good water as much as I wish. The king agreed at once. And barely had the men split open the stone and started digging when water burst forth in bright beams, and clearer water was not found throughout all England. There he is. The king reached for his gun to shoot the hawk, but could not see that far. Some time afterward, the king was again one day in his court, when suddenly a great hawk descended on his chickens, and everyone clapped their hands and exclaimed, There he is! I think in the end I shall go completely blind. He was very distressed and said, I wish God would give me someone to offer good advice for my eyes. I will tell you how to help yourself, said Trove, and told him of the wondrous dew on the linden tree that had once restored his face. And the king went into the forest that same evening and slept under the linden tree that night. And when he awoke in the morning with the dew sitting on the leaves, he could see just as well as before. One day they walked together in the garden. From then on the king trusted no one but Trove, and he had to be constantly by his side wherever he went or stood. I don't know why, said the king, but nobody in all my land has taken such care of their garden as I have, and yet I can't get a single tree to bear an apple. Yes, the king wanted that very much. Then Trove said to the king, If you give me what lies 3 times around your garden, and also as many people to dig it up, then the trees in your garden will soon bear enough fruit. Trove got as many digging people as he wanted. And after they had dug for a while, they came upon the golden chain that went 3 times around the whole garden. And when they had dug it out, the trees in the garden also began to bear fruit, and soon bore so much that the branches hung down to the ground. Trove was now a rich man, far richer than the king himself, but this one only rejoiced that now the trees in his garden bore such beautiful fruits. One day, Trust and the king were chatting together about this and that when, all of a sudden, the princess passed by them. The king was deeply saddened upon seeing her, and said, Isn't it a pity and a shame that such a beautiful princess as my daughter should be deprived of her hearing and speech? That's something we should definitely consider, replied Trust. When the king heard this, he became so joyful that he promised the young man the princess, and half the kingdom if he could just restore her hearing and speech. And as soon as she had eaten it, she could hear and speak just as well as any other person. Trust, however, took a few people with him to the church, dug out the toad sitting under the altar, cut its throat, took out the bread, and gave it to the king's daughter to eat. Now it was time for True to marry the princess, and preparations were made for the wedding. This was to be a wedding that would be talked about throughout the land. While everyone was happy and singing and dancing, a poor beggar came up to the door and asked for something to eat. But he wore such tattered clothes and looked so terrifyingly miserable that everyone crossed themselves in front of him. Yet True recognized him at once, and saw that it was her brother Unfaithful. "Don't you know me?" True asked him. Unfaithful replied, "Oh, where could I have seen such a great lord as you?" "You certainly did see me," True said, "for it was me whom you stabbed in the eyes a year ago." Unfaithfulness did not let the words be in vain. Did Fidelity, because he sat on the lime tree one night, enjoy such luck that within a year he became king of half of England? Who knows? He thought and set off towards the forest and climbed up to the lime tree. Unfaithfulness is what you are, and unfaithful you remain. That I told you then, and I tell you now, yet you are still my brother, and therefore you shall not leave hungry, but have food and drink, and afterwards you can go to the lime tree where I have time. Sat last night, and if you learn something that can be of benefit to you, it will be good for you. He had not been sitting there long when the animals gathered under the tree, ate and drank, and celebrated St. John's Day. As they had now eaten and drunk enough, the fox once again suggested that they tell each other stories, and you can well imagine how attentive ears Untrue had. 19. Peter and Paul and Asbjørnsen and Moe. But the bear was in a bad mood, grumbled, and said, "Someone has betrayed what we told each other last year, so let's keep silent about what we know now." And then the animals wished each other good night and went their separate ways. Untrue was no wiser than before, for he was called Untrue and was unfaithful. End up starving. Once upon a time there was a man who had 3 sons, named Peter and Paul and Asbjørnsen and Moe. But besides these 3 sons he had nothing in the world. No, he was so poor that not even a button was on his coat, and therefore he often and every day told the boys to go out into the world and earn their bread, for at home with him they could only Therefore the king had promised much money to whoever could cut down the oak tree, but no one was able, for as soon as anyone cut even a splinter from the trunk, it would grow back twice as thick again. The king also wanted a well dug that would hold water all year round, for all the great ones in his kingdom had wells, but he had none, and this seemed unfair to him. Now you shall hear how in the end the boys got to work. It went like this. Not far from where the man lived was a royal castle, and right before the king's windows stood an oak tree that was so large and thick that it blocked all light, so that the sun could not shine into the room. Whoever could dig such a well that held water all year round, he had promised money and many other things. But no one was able to do it, for the castle lay on top of a mountain, and after digging just a few inches into the earth, they hit solid rock. Now one can well imagine that many came to try their luck. But whatever they hit, sawed, hacked, or dug, it was all in vain. The oak grew thicker with every blow, and the rocky floor did not become softer. But when the king had once set his mind on having the matter accomplished, he finally had it proclaimed far and wide throughout all his land that whoever could cut down the great oak tree in front of the castle and dig a well that held water all year round would win the hand of the princess and half the kingdom. Finally, the 3 brothers also wanted to leave and try their luck, and this pleased the father. For even if they did not get the princess and half the kingdom, he thought, they could still find service with some brave man, and that was all he wished for. And when the brothers therefore began to speak of going to the castle of the king, the father immediately said yes, and Peter, Paul, and Asbjørnsen and Moe set off on their journey. When they had walked a certain distance, they passed by a mountain covered with firs, and up there it was raining hard. "It surprises me," said Asbjørnsen and Moe, "that it is raining so hard up there on the mountain." "You're always ready to be amazed," Peter and Paul said. "Is it surprising that a woodcutter is chopping up there on the mountain?" Asbjørnsen and Moe replied, "I want to know what it is. If you're such a fool, then see for yourself." The brothers called after him, but Asbjørnsen paid no heed, went straight to where he heard the chopping, and saw an axe standing alone, chopping at a pine tree. "Why are you standing here all alone, and chopping?" Asbjørnsen asked the axe. "Well, I've been standing and chopping here every day, just waiting for you," said the axe. "Oh, it was just an axe," said Asbjørnsen. When he returned to his brothers, they made fun of him, and asked, "So, what was all that beautiful thing you saw up there?" "Good. Now that I'm here," Asbjørnsen said, he knocked the axe off its handle and stuffed it into his backpack. As they continued on their journey, they once again came across a mountain, and at the top they heard chopping and digging. "This surprises me," said Esben. "I'd like to know what's doing that chopping and digging." At the top, he saw a stone axe standing alone, chopping and digging. "You're always ready to be amazed," said Peter and Paul. "Haven't you ever heard birds chop and peck on trees?" "Yes, but I still want to see what it is," said Esben, unbothered by the laughter of others, and went straight up the mountain. "Hello," said Esben to Snow White. "Why are you standing here alone, chopping and digging? Wasn't that something nice you saw up there?" "Well, I've been standing here and chopping and digging for many a day, just waiting for you," replied the axe. "Good, now that I'm here," said Esben. He lowered the axe from its handle, stuck it in his knapsack, and continued on his way. Peter and Paul asked him as they caught up with him again. "Oh, it was just a stone axe," replied Esben Aschenbrodel. They walked on for a good while until they finally came to a brook. As all three of them were thirsty from their journey, they sat down to drink. "I'm just curious about this brook," said Aschenbrodel. "I'd like to know where the water comes from." "Have you never heard that water springs from the earth?" "I'm just surprised that you're not riding ahead," retorted Peter and Paul. "If you aren't yet crazy, you'll soon be so out of sheer wonderment." "Yes, but I'd still like to see where it comes from," said Esben Ashfoot, and he walked along the stream, not caring that his brothers called after him and laughed at him. "Good day," said Esben. "What are you doing all alone here, seeping?" As he had walked a good way, the stream grew narrower and narrower, and finally he saw a large walnut tree with water seeping out of it. "Well, I've been lying here and seeping for many a day, just waiting for someone like you," replied the walnut. "Fine, now that I'm here," said Esben. He took a tuft of moss and stuffed it into the hole, so the water couldn't escape. Then he put the walnut in his knapsack and returned to his brothers. "Now, you've seen where the water comes from." "It looked quite beautiful, as I thought," said Peter and Paul. When they had walked a little further, they came to the royal castle. "Oh, it was just a hole where it was flowing out," said Esben Ashbrodel, and the brothers laughed and made fun of him, but Esben paid no attention, merely saying, "I had to see it for myself. See, as much would regrow as was cut down with the axe." But since so many people had heard that they could win the princess, and half the kingdom, if they managed to cut down the great oak tree and dig a well in the courtyard of the castle that would always have water, so many had already come to try their luck that the oak tree had grown even larger and thicker than before. For you remember well that twig. Therefore the king suspended the punishment, that if anyone in the future wanted to test their luck and failed to cut down the oak tree, they would have both ears cut off and then be sent to an island in the middle of the sea. But the two brothers were not deterred. They believed they could cut down the tree, and Peter, the elder brother, was to make the first attempt. However, he did no better than all those who had tried before him. For every inch he cut away, it would grow back twice as much. So the king's men seized Peter by his hair and took him out to the island, after cutting off both his ears. Now Paul wanted to try, but he found no better fate. As soon as he had given 2 or 3 blows, and the people saw that the oak was only growing larger, they also grabbed him by the collar and brought him out onto the island. They even cut his ears closer to his head, because he was the brother of the other one. Now Esben Aschenbrodel wanted to have a go. "I'd still like to try my luck first," said Esben, and they couldn't refuse that. "If you want to look like a marked sheep," said the king, "we'll cut off your ears right away. Then you won't have any trouble." And he was very angry with him because of his brothers. He took his axe from the backpack, put it back on the helve, and spoke, "Go ahead." And immediately the axe started chopping, sending chips flying, and soon the oak came crashing down. As soon as he had finished, Esben took out his spade, attached it to the handle, and said, "Dig and hack away yourself." And immediately the spade began digging and hacking, so that earth and stones flew around, and one could well imagine that the well must be deep enough. When Esben had made it as deep and as large as he wanted, he took his walnut and placed it at the bottom of the pit, then pulled out the moss from the hole and said, "Now start seeping." Thereupon the walnut began to seep, so that only water flowed, and it didn't take long before the well was full to the brim. It was a good thing that Peter and Paul had lost their ears, for otherwise they would have always and every day heard that Esben Aschenbrodel was not so very disappointed. Thus, Esben had felled Snow White's oak tree that cast a shadow over the king's windows, and dug a well in the castle courtyard that held water constantly. And as a result, he gained the princess and half the kingdom, just as the king had promised. 20. The mill that grinds on the seabed. Once upon a time there were two brothers, one rich and the other poor. When Christmas came around, the poor man had no bit of meat or bread in the house, so he went to his brothers asking for something in God's name. "If you do as I tell you," he said, "you shall have a whole ham just as it hangs in the smoke." Now this was not the first time that the rich brother had given something to the poor, and therefore he was not particularly pleased when he saw him coming. Yes, the poor man would like that very much and thanked him. "There you are. I have promised to do it, so I must," said the other, took the ham and left. Said the rich man, throwing the ham to him, "And now go to hell. This must be it." He wandered all day, and when it grew dark, he saw before him a bright gleam of light. He thought. A little further on in the forest, an old man with a long white beard was chopping wood. "Good evening," said the one with the smoked ham. "Good evening," replied the man. "Where are you headed?" "Well, I just wanted to go to hell, but I don't know if I took the right path," answered the poor soul. "When you come out again, I'll also teach you how to make them, for the mill is good for something you must know." The man with the ham thanked him for the good news and knocked on the devil's door. "Yes, you're quite right," said the old man, "for this is hell," and he continued, "If you enter now, they will probably want to buy all your ham from you, for pork meat is a rare dish in hell. But you should not sell it for any money, but instead sell it for any money, but instead demand the old hand mill that stands behind the door." When he entered, it happened as the old man had told him. All the devils, big and small, gathered around him, and one after another bribed him with smoked ham. The devil, however, did not want to give it up willingly, and he haggled and bargained with the man, but the latter stood by his word, and finally the devil had to hand over the mill. As the man emerged from hell once more, he asked the old woodcutter how he should set the mill, and when the latter told him, he thanked him and made his way home again. But no matter how hard he tried, he didn't arrive home until midnight. "It was, of course, my intention to enjoy him at the Christmas Eve feast with my wife," said the man. "But since you are all so eager for it, I will gladly leave it to you. But I sell it for no other price than the old hand mill that stands behind the door." "But where in the world have you been?" said his wife as he entered. "I sat here waiting hour by hour, and couldn't even lay 2 pieces of wood crosswise under the grain mill to cook us a Christmas meal." "Oh," replied the man, "I couldn't get here sooner because I had business to attend to and had to travel a long way. But now you'll see what I've brought us." And with that, he placed the mill on the table and let it grind. First lights, then a tablecloth, and afterwards food and beer, and everything that belongs to a good Christmas feast. And just as he commanded the mill, so it ground. You thing that tastes good for the entire Christmas celebration, and on the 3rd day he invited his friends over, as he wanted to give them a feast. His wife stood there, crossing her arms over each other, and wanted to know how the man had acquired the mill. But he would not reveal it. "It can be entirely irrelevant where I got it from, my wife," he said. "You see that the mill is good, and that the mill is good, and that the grinding does not get too much water, and that's enough." And he ground food and drink, and ever. When the rich brother saw all the food prepared for the feast, hot and cold runs through his skin, because he did not want to concede anything to his brother. "Where, by the eternal devil, did you get all this wealth?" he asked his brother. "On Christmas Eve," he said to the others, "if he was so penniless that he came to me and begged me for a small thing in God's name. Now, all of a sudden, he lets it go, as if he had become a count or king." "Behind the door," said the other, because he didn't feel like confessing. "There you see the goose that brought me all this wealth," he said, "and had the mill grind this and that. Year. During this time the mill did not become rusty, and when haying time approached, the brother received it. But the other had certainly taken care not to tell him how to set it up. When the brother saw this, he wanted to buy the mill from him altogether. But the other was not willing at first. Finally, however, since the brother persisted so much, he gave it to him for 300 thalers. Postponed, he wanted to keep it. For thought he, as long as I have it, I can grind food for many a day. It was in the evening when the rich man brought the mill home, and in the morning he told his wife to go into the field with the scythes and sweep behind them while he prepared lunch. When it was now about noon, He placed the mill on the kitchen table. "Grind herring and milk soup. That's how it should be," he said. There the mill began to grind herring and milk soup, filling all the bowls and buckets first, then so much that the whole kitchen was submerged. The man stood and turned the mill, but no matter how he handled it, the mill kept grinding, and eventually the milk soup rose so high that the man was in danger of drowning. Upon opening the door, he stumbled out into the fresh air, with herring and milk soup following him, so that the entire courtyard and field were flooded. He now ripped open the door to the living room. But it didn't take long for the mill to fill the room as well, and with great difficulty, he managed to grab the doorknob in the flood of milk soup. Meanwhile, it seemed to the woman turning hay in the field that it was taking quite a while for the man to arrive and call her for lunch. "We just want to go home," she told the fisherman, "for I can well imagine he cannot manage the milk soup on his own, and I need to help him." So they set off and went home. But as they turned behind the mountain, herring, milk soup, and bread came swimming towards them, all mixed together, and the man kept running ahead. "May God give each of you 100 stomachs to hold it all," he exclaimed, "but be careful not to drown in my lunch." And with that he passed them by as if the devil were chasing him, heading over to his brother. He now begged his brother, for God's sake, to take back the mill immediately, for it grinds another hour, he said, and then the whole village will be lost in herring and milk soup. But the brother refused to take back the mill unless the other paid him an additional 300 thalers. Since there was certainly no other advice, the wealthy man had to use his money. Now the poor man had both money and a mill, and it didn't take long for him to build himself a house even more magnificent than the one where his brother lived. Everyone who passed by on their ship would stop there to visit the rich man in the golden house and see the amazing mill. For news of it spread far and wide. With the mill he collected so much gold that he could cover the walls with plates of gold, and the house was so close to the shore that its shine could be seen far out at sea. Once a sailor also happened to pass by, who wanted to see the mill too, and when he had seen it, he asked if it could also grind salt. "Yes, he can grind salt with it," said the man. And now the sailor wanted to buy it from him at any price. "As much as she wished, for I have it," thought he, "then I won't always have to sail so far out into the wild sea for salt, but can stay home, comfortably." As soon as he was out into the vast sea, he took out his mill. At first, however, the man refused to part with her, but the sailor pleaded and begged him until he finally sold her for many thousands of thalers. When the sailor had obtained the mill, he did not remain in the area for long, for he thought the man might regret the trade later. He didn't even take the time to ask him how to set up the mill, but quickly got back on his ship and set sail. "Grind salt so it has character," he cried. And then the mill began, grinding salt that crackled and sprayed. 21. As the sailor filled his ship, he wanted to stop the mill, but however he started and tried to set it up and turn it, the mill continued to grind, and the salt pile grew higher and higher, until finally the whole ship sank into the sea. Now the mill stands on the seabed and grinds to this day, which is why seawater is salty. The Princess on the Glass Hill. This happened year after year. There was once a man who had a meadow of hay on a mountain, and on the meadow stood a barn where he stored his feed. But in recent years the barn had always been rather empty. For every St. John's night, when the grass was most beautiful and lush, the meadow would be completely bare, as if a herd of cattle had passed through and eaten the grass. This finally annoyed the man, and he told his sons. He had 3, and the third was called Cinderella, that one of them should lie in a haystack on St. John's night and keep watch to see how things turned out, for it could not be that every year the grass would be mown down to the stump and root, he said. He then went and lay down to sleep in the haystack. So first the eldest son got up. He intended to stay awake, he said, and neither people nor cattle nor the devil himself should steal the grass from the meadow. But when night fell, there was such a commotion and earthquake that the roof and walls crashed. The young man became frightened and jumped up, running away without looking back, and the meadow was left as bare as it had been in the past 2 years. The next saint, the man said again, on St. John's Eve, that it couldn't go on that they should lose their hay in the meadow every year. One of the sons had to sleep in the barn overnight and watch carefully. The boy was filled with dread and sprang up, kicking his heels as if running for his life. So then the second son set out. But he did not fare any better than his brother, for during the night there arose again a din and an earthquake, even more terrible than the previous St. John's night. The following year it was Cinderella's turn, but when she began to make her way to the meadow, the other two started laughing and made fun of her. But Cinderella paid no attention to their chatter, and as evening fell, she went straight to the meadow. "Yes, you're just the one to guard the hay," they said. "You who have learned nothing else but to sit in the ashes and roast yourself." After a while lying in the barn, it started to thunder and crack. "If it doesn't get any worse," thought Cinderella, "I can endure it." "If it doesn't get any worse, I'll manage," thought Cinderella. A little later, another crash and earthquake occurred, causing the straw to fly about. Soon after, a third crash and earthquake followed, making the boy believe that the roof and walls were about to collapse. But when that was over, everything became still. "Will it come back?" thought Cinderella. But it did not. After a while it seemed to the boy as if a horse were standing outside the barn, grazing. He then slipped out to the door and peered through the cracks, and there he saw a horse eating grass. But never before had Cinderella seen such a large and handsome horse, with a saddle, bridle, and complete armor for a knight on its back. Ha ha! Everything, however, was made of copper, and so shiny that it sparkled. "Are you the one who always eats up our grass?" thought the boy. "But I will forbid you to do that." When he returned home, his brothers started laughing and asked him how it had gone. He then sat on it and rode towards a place no one knew, except himself, and there he put it in custody. He quickly took out his fire striker from his pocket and threw it over the horse. It couldn't move an inch, but became so tame that the boy could do whatever he wanted. "You didn't stay long in that stall," they said, "if you ever even reached the meadow. God alone knows what frightened you so much." "I lay in that stall until sunrise," the boy replied, "but I heard nothing, nor did I see anything." "Yes, we'll soon see how you've tended the meadow," said the brothers. But when they arrived, the grass stood just as high and dense as it had been the previous day. For the next St. John's Day, it was the same old tale. Neither of the two brothers wanted to go out to tend the meadow after milking, but Asbjørnsen did. So it went again, just as in the night before the last St. John's Day. First came a terrible noise and an earthquake, then once more, and finally for the third time, but all three earthquakes were much stronger this year than last. Then suddenly it grew completely still, and the boy heard something crunching outside in front of the barn. He crept back to the door very quietly and peeked through the cracks. "Ha! Is it you who wanted to graze the grass off us this night?" There stood again a horse close to the wall and grazed the grass, but this one was even larger and more stately than the previous one, and on its back lay a saddle and bits and a complete armor for a knight, all made of pure silver and so beautiful. That one could only see it. Then the boy climbed onto it and rode it back to the same place where he had left the other horse, and then he went home again, thought the boy. "But I forbid you to," and with that he quickly took his fire steel from his pocket and threw it at the horse over its mane, and now it stood there as tame and meek as a lamb. "It looks quite nice on the meadow today," said the brothers. "Yes, very good," responded Asbjørnsen. So Asbjørnsen had to set off once more. They wanted to go and see for themselves, and when they arrived, the grass was so high and beautiful that it was a joy. But the brothers did not become any kinder towards Asbjørnsen. As the third night of John approached, neither of the two eldest brothers wanted to lie in the haystack and guard the meadow again, for they were still so frightened by the first night that they could not forget it, and now it happened just as it had done before. 3 earthquakes occurred, each one stronger than the last, and in the final one, the young man danced from one wall of the haystack to another. But then it became completely silent. Ha ha! When the young man had lain there for a while longer, he heard something creaking again outside the haystack. He now crept quietly to the door, and peered through the cracks there. Stood another horse, even larger and more magnificent than the 2 he had already caught. "Is it you who wanted to munch on my grass this night?" thought the boy. He led the horse back to the same spot where he had stood the other 2, and then went home. The 2 brothers laughed at him again, just as they had done twice before. "But I forbid you to do so," he added, and with that he took his fire iron and threw it over the horse, which stood fast as if nailed there, allowing the boy to do as he pleased. This night, they said, He would have kept the meadow well guarded, for he looks as if he's still walking in his sleep. The king had a daughter of wondrous beauty, and he wanted to marry her off. At this time, the king of the land where Cinderella's father lived sent out a call throughout his entire kingdom. But Cinderella, as if she didn't care, simply said they just wanted to go and watch. That's exactly what they did. But the grass stood there just as beautiful and lush as the day before. However, the daughter sat atop a high glass mountain with 3 golden apples in her lap. It was as smooth as ice and as bright as a mirror. Horses moved together as if dancing beneath them in short. No one did not have the thought in mind to win the princess and half the realm. Whoever could ride up the mountain and take the 3 apples from her lap would become the princess and receive half the kingdom. This is what the king had announced in all the churches throughout his entire kingdom, and even in many other kingdoms, since the princess was so extraordinarily beautiful that everyone who looked at her fell in love with her, whether they wanted to or not. All the princes and knights were keen to win her hand and half the kingdom, so they came riding from all corners of the world, appearing so stately that their brilliance could be seen from a distance, and their height. Now, when the day arrived that the king had set aside for the tournament, so many princes and knights gathered around the glass mountain that it was crowded, and everyone who could just crawl wanted to go and see who won the queen's hand, and the 2 won the queen's hand, and the 2 brothers of Cinderella also wanted to go, but Cinderella would not let them, for if they had such a swap child with them, so black and hideous as he always lay there and scratched in the ashes, then people would only laugh at them. But Cinderella said it made no difference to him. He would just as soon stay at home. When the 2 brothers arrived at the glassy mountain, all the knights and princes tried to ride their horses, and they rode so hard that the horses foamed. But it was of no use, for as soon as a horse set its foot on the mountain, it would slip on the mountain. It would slip. Again, not even managing to climb a few inches. This was not surprising, for the mountain was as smooth as a mirror and as steep as a wall. Eventually, all the horses were exhausted and could not move, covered in sweat and with foam at their mouths. However, all wanted to win the king's daughter and half the kingdom, so they rode and slipped, but to no avail. So the princes and knights had to give up. Before, the other princes and knights called out to him that he need not bother trying to ride, for it would be of no use to him. The king now wanted to make it known that the race would begin again the next day, in case anyone might wish to take part. But at that very moment, a knight in a copper-colored armor came along, so bright and gleaming that one could see oneself reflected in it, and the horse he rode was so large and magnificent that no one had ever seen such a horse. But he could not hear them, and rode straight towards and up the glass mountain as if nothing were wrong. When he had reached about a third of the way up, he turned with the horse and rode back down. The princess had never seen such a beautiful knight before, and she thought to herself, "Oh God, if only he would come up here." But when she saw that he was turning around with the horse again, she threw him one of the golden apples, and it rolled down into his shoe. As soon as the foreign knight was back on the ground, he gave his horse the spurs and rode away, and no one knew where he had gone or flown off to. In the evening, all the princes and knights were to appear before the king, so that he who had ridden up the glassy mountain could show the golden apple that the king's daughter had thrown at him. But there was no one who could show anything. One after another they came, but no one had the golden apple. Oh, I would have liked to see him too, up the glass mountain, and he could have ridden all the way up if he had only wanted to. But then he turned back, for perhaps he thought it was enough for that time, said Asbjørnsen. He sat on the hearth and poked in the ashes as he usually did. When the brothers Asbjørnsen returned home, they told a long and detailed tale of their ride up the glass mountain, how at first no one could even set foot on it, and later one came riding in a copper armor so bright that one could see oneself reflected in it. And he was a man, they said, who could ride. He climbed well over a third of the way. "Yes, you," said the brothers. "You look just as if you could hold your own before such high lords, you wretched creature, sitting there like that." "Well then, I'd much rather stay home," replied Cinderella. The other day the brothers wanted to go back to the glass mountain, and Cinderella asked them politely if they could take her along too, so she could watch, but no. That wasn't possible. It would be much too ugly, they said. And when they had exhausted their horses, they had to stop. When the brothers reached the mountain, the knights and princes started their race again, and sure enough, their horses were properly equipped. But all their efforts were in vain. They rode and slipped just as they had the day before, not a single dud the day before, person managing to climb even an inch of the mountain. The king had already wanted to make known that the race would take place for the last time the next day, to see if anyone could still win. But then he remembered the knight in copper armor, and decided to wait a little longer in case he might still appear. But the knight in copper armor did not show up. Instead, after a while, another knight arrived, riding a horse even larger and more majestic than that of the previous day's copper-armored knight. But when he had reached 2/3 of the way up, he turned his horse around and rode back. The knights and princes called out to him, advising him not to bother attempting the ride since it would be useless, but he paid no attention and rode straight towards and up the glass mountain. The princess now liked the knight better than the one from yesterday, and she wished that he would just make it to the top. When she saw him turn back, she threw him the other apple, which rolled down into his shoe. The knight quickly fled, and no one knew where he had gone. That evening everyone was supposed to appear before the king and the princess again, so that whoever had the golden apple could showcase it. But no one had the golden apple. The brothers told their parents at home about everything that had happened. All the princes and knights who were gathered, they said, could do nothing. But then someone with a silver armor, an incredible one, arrived. He rode up over 2/3 of the mountain, and then he turned back. But what a lad! And the princess threw him the second apple. "Ah, I would have liked to see that one too," said Cinderella. "Yes, it was a little whiter than the ash you are digging in, you black beast," said the brothers. On the third day things went about the same way. Cinderella wanted to go along and watch again, but the brothers absolutely did not want to take him. When they reached the glass mountain, no one could even climb an ell up. Everyone was now waiting for the knight in silver armor, but he neither appeared nor was heard. Finally, a knight arrived on a golden horse that shone so brightly that its gleam could be seen from afar, and the horse itself was so large and magnificent that nobody had ever seen anything like it before. At the top, he took her third golden apple from her lap, then turned his horse around, and he was gone, as if he had vanished. The princes and knights could not even shout to him to save the trouble of attempting the ride, for before they knew it, he was already at the glass mountain, and climbed up as if nothing had happened, so that the princess did not even have time to wish that he might reach the top. In the evening, when the brothers returned home, they told another long and wide story about the riding competition of that day, and finally, they also recounted the tale of the knight in gold armor. "What a man!" they said. "There is no such dashing knight left in this world." "Oh, I would have liked to see him too," said Cinderella. "Yes, it doesn't quite sparkle like the ashes you always dig through, you black beast," replied the brothers. A few days later, all the princes and knights were to appear before the king and the princess, for by evening, I believe it was already too late so that he who had the golden apple could display it. One after another they came, first all the princes, then the knights, but no one had the golden apple. "Yes, someone must have it," said the king, "for we all saw with our own eyes how he rode up the mountain and took the apple from the princess's lap." Since no one claimed it, the king finally ordered that everyone in his entire kingdom should come to the castle, so that he who had the golden apple could show it. One after another they came, but no one had the golden apple. Eventually the two brothers of Asbjørnsen also arrived. They were the last ones. The king then asked if there were no more people in his realm. "Never mind," said the king. "If all the others were here, he can come too." "Yes, we still have a brother at home," said both of them, "but he didn't take the golden apple, for he didn't emerge from the ash heap during that time." And so it was that Asbjørnsen had to go to the castle. "Do you have the golden apple?" asked the king. "Yes, you shall be my daughter, and half the kingdom," said the king, "for you have earned both honestly." And so the wedding was held, and Asbjørnsen married the princess and received half the kingdom. "Yes, here it is, and here's the other one, and here's the third one," said Asbjørnsen, taking all 3 golden apples out of his pocket, and in the same instant he discarded his tattered clothes and stood there in his golden armor, which gleamed brightly. At the wedding, however, it was a merry affair, for all could celebrate a wedding, even if they couldn't ride on the glass mountain, and they didn't stop celebrating, so they continued to do so. 22. Greasy boy, got your own. There once was a woman who had a little boy, who was so fat and chubby and always loved good bites, so his mother called him Greasy Boy. She also had a small dearest dog that she called Golden Tooth. One day the woman was standing at the baking trough and baking bread when the dog suddenly started barking. "Go outside, Greasy Boy," said the woman, "and see what Golden Tooth is barking at." The boy went outside, came back in, and said, "Well, God help us. Here comes a tall, long troll woman, with her head under her arm and a sack on her back." "Crawl under the baking trough and hide," said his mother. The troll woman approached. "Good day," she said. "Thank you very much," said the mother of Slimeback. "Isn't Slimeback at home?" asked the woman. "That would be the troll." "No, he's out in the woods with his father catching forest chickens," replied the woman. "Pip, pip, pip," said the woman. "I have a little silver knife that I'd like to give him." "Here I am," said Slimeback from under the baking trough and crawled out. "I'm so old and stiff in my back," said the troll woman. "You must crawl into the sack and get it yourself." So now that Slimeback had crawled into the sack, the woman swung him onto her back and walked away. But once she had gone some distance, she grew tired and asked, "How much further to the sleeping place?" "A quarter of a mile," answered Slimeback. Thereupon the woman set down the sack by the roadside, brushed through the undergrowth, and lay down to sleep. When the troll woman arrived in their apartment and saw what was in the sack, she became so angry that it cannot be described. Now the grease pig seized the opportunity, took his knife, cut a hole in the sack, and crawled out. Then he placed a large log at the spot and ran back to his mother's house. "Go out and see what Goldtooth is barking at," said the woman. The next day the woman stood once again by the trough, baking bread, when suddenly the dog began to bark again. "Now look at this abominable beast," exclaimed the grease pig. "She's back with her head under her arm and a large sack on her back. Crawl under the baking trough and hide yourself," his mother advised. The troll woman approached. "Good day," she said. "That would be the troll. Is Schmierbach not at home?" "Well, what does he want to be at home for?" replied the woman. "He's in the forest with his father, catching forest chickens." "I brought him a fine silver fork," said the woman, "and I want to give it to him." "Pip, pip!" "Here I am," said Slimeback, crawling out. "I'm so stiff in my back," said the troll woman. "You must crawl into the sack and get it yourself." When Slimeback had crawled into the sack, the woman lifted him onto her back and walked away. But as soon as she had gone some distance, she grew tired again and asked, "How much further is it to the sleep place?" "A half-mile," answered Slimeback. So the woman put down the sack by the side of the road, walked through the woods, and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Slimeback took advantage of his chance, cut a hole in the sack, and emerged. He then placed a large stone at the spot and ran back home to his mother. When the troll woman arrived at her home, she made a big fire on the stove, hung a large kettle over it, and wanted to cook Slimeback. When she wanted to pour him into the cauldron, a stone fell out and split the ground, causing all the water to spill out and putting the fire out. The woman became very angry and said, "Even if he struggles, I will still get him." The third time was no different. Golden Tooth started barking again, and the mother told the boy, "Go outside, Slimeback, and see what Golden Tooth is barking at." Here comes Trollman again, with his head under his arm and a sack on his back. Slimeback went outside, came back inside, and said, "Well, God help us." "Creep under the bake trog and hide," said the mother. Not long after, Troll Woman arrived. "Good day. That's the troll," she said. "Is Slimeback not at home?" "Why would he be at home?" said the mother. "He's with his father in the woods catching forest hens." "Pip, pip, pip," said the woman. "I brought along another pretty silver spoon. I want to give it to him." "Here I am," said Slimeback, and crawled out from under the baking tray. "I'm so stiff in my back," said the troll woman. "You'll have to crawl into the sack yourself and get it." As Slimeback had crawled inside, the woman swung the sack back onto her back and left. But she didn't go back to sleep in the woods. Instead, she carried Slimeback straight home. When she arrived, it was just Sunday, so she told her daughter, Take this slime back and slaughter him. We need to make soup from his meat, but it must be ready when I return, because I'm going to church with your father to ask for strangers." When the troll pack had left, the daughter wanted to slaughter Slimeback, but she didn't know how to start. "I'll show you how to do it," said Slimeback. "Just lay your head on the bench, and you'll see." I'm crying around my, this manual order, what burned down, rained. So the poor girl did. But then Slimeback took his axe and chopped off her head as if it were a chicken's. He put the head in bed and the body in the cauldron and made soup from it. And after he had done that, he took the log root and the stone and crawled up the chimney. "Tastes good, Slimeback's soup," said the troll woman. When the troll woman and her husband came home again and saw the head lying in bed, they thought it was their daughter sleeping, so they did not wake her, but went to the cauldron to taste the soup. "Tastes good, daughter's soup," said Slimeback from up in the chimney, but they didn't quite hear him properly. Then the troll took the spoon and wanted to taste the soup too. "Tastes good, Slimeback's soup," he said. "Tastes good, daughter's soup," said the slime pig in the chimney. They became attentive and couldn't understand who it was that was chattering up there. So they climbed onto the stove to take a look. But then the slime pig grabbed the log and the stone and threw them down, causing them to fall dead. When the slime pig saw this, he climbed back down, took all the gold and silver he found there, and left with it for his mother's house. And from that moment on, the slime pig was a rich man. Footnotes 1. Note by the transcriber. Ham refers in Norse mythology to a magical skin of some animal, with its hair or feathers, by throwing which anyone becomes instantly transformed into that creature. The following additional changes have been made. Zeitgenössische Schreibungen wurden generell beibehalten, auch wenn gelegentlich mehrere Varianten auftauchen. Hat she had stolen, I had only been waiting for you. Die folgenden zusätzlichen Änderungen wurden vorgenommen. That one could already see the gleam far in the distance. Thereupon began the Grimskjække, a fight what we have to talk about. "We can speak here, as always," said the west wind, said the south wind, as a beggar girl for the first time, that I had stolen. It should be the first time.